Alright. This is either a bad idea or a monumentally bad idea. I'm already regretting the changes I made to the game. We're gonna reveal them soon, but first, happy Easter everybody, for the ones who are celebrating it. I wish it wasn't Easter though, because that whole Easter egg stuff gave me the... I've been doubting this idea, I've been thinking about this idea for a while, decided against it because it's a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. But it's an Easter egg and it's Easter, so looks like planning Mike pulled the trigger on it and now I'm stuck with it. Thanks Fantanizer for the 13th month subscription, and thanks Björn for mentioning that the Discord notification didn't trigger, so I manually triggered it right now. We're gonna be skipping, we're gonna be progressing from quality content into quantity content, it seems. First of all, good news, my regular stream schedule will be resuming from next week, so that means Friday afternoon / evening-ish and Sunday all day. As long as you haven't removed the quantity fix mod, it isn't that bad. Alright, quality fix mod, I suppose. No, I haven't removed that one, we still got that one. I hope no pipes, says the old one. It's not as bad as pipes. Please let us be a normal progression stream. Yeah, we're gonna build stuff. We're not gonna be deconstructing pipes and all that kind of things. We did the last stream, it was necessary. Last stream we got rid of the old pipe border wall, which means we've got way more of those green chunks to play with now. The old wall marked in these green chunks over here. This was not a green chunk last stream, it is now because we got rid of the old wall. And we've did that all the way around. So we've got a lot more green chunks to play with now. Which is good for the longevity of this playthrough, and we're gonna need the longevity of this playthrough because... because... I don't notice anything off here actually. I don't know, I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, everything seems normal to me, it looks like there's no problem at all. So I guess then we are just on our way. Wait, what? Something seems different. I just cannot... Something seems different here. I don't know, I cannot really put my finger on it just yet. Looks like something with prerequisites or something. Something changed. Okay, rocket silo is still normal. I mean, we can just get to rocket silo. Oh no. Looks like we've got a new prerequisite for the thruster technology, which is the prerequisite itself. For the planets. It's just a single technology, how bad could it be? I'll tell you how bad it is. So atomic bomb is now a prerequisite of the thruster technology. It costs only 5 million science packs. If you remember, we've been making a big fuss about having not enough resources and spending like 36 hours to secure enough resources to barely make it off the planet. That is all out of the window if we go this way, because this technology by itself costs more blue science packs than everything up until this point. Everything we need to unlock a new planet normally costs like 4 million blue signs, but this guy costs 5 million blue signs. But it not only costs blue signs, it also costs yellow signs. A yellow signs pack is 3 times as expensive as a blue signs pack. So in blue signs equivalent terms, this costs 20 million blue signs, whereas now we only need 4. So this technology by itself is somewhere between 4 and 5 times as expensive as everything we needed to do previously to get off of the planet. So that's kind of a problem. And it's not the only one apparently. There's suddenly a whole bunch of new prerequisites for thrusters. Automation tree, logistics tree, power armor, destroyer bots, that adds the military line, Nuclear fuel reprocessing, that is just to get nuclear power as obligatory in there. Uranium ammo, which also adds the tank. And atomic bomb to... basically atomic bomb. That's everything. Yeah, so we have kind of got a new problem there. And that is that we basically need infinite resources to get off of the planet. Which means we're probably not done with the biters. Somehow. So yeah, what I did is basically I just added new prerequisites to the thruster technology, basically so that we need to research the entire Norwegian technology tree. There is not much more technologies which are not going to be in the list of there's not going to be many technologies left over, except for, and I purposefully did not include those, stuff like the infinite or like the counting technologies like braking force 4, braking force 5, braking force 6 and 7. Basically the technologies which are just there to give you something to do, to keep you busy while you're building your endgame factory. This doesn't change anything. If we can get through atomic bomb, to get to thrusters, if we can get to this point, we can get to the other point. I've did the math, researching all the technologies, excluding decountable and infinite technologies, is about 3 times cheaper. So if we would also research braking force and physical ammo damage 7 and laser shooting speed 6 and all those kind of things, it would be thrice as expensive. It would just draw the game out needlessly, I say. So, about drawing out the game needlessly, there is a slight problem with this. We decided that Rocket Silo, with its 1 million science pack cost, at a rate of 1000 science per minute, which we currently have, it takes 17 hours to complete Rocket Silo. And that means to research atomic bomb at 1000 science per minute, where is it? That takes 5 times as long, which means that's over 80 hours. If we can get 1000 science per minute from yellow science as well, which is 3 times as expensive as blue science, just to remind you. Space science doesn't cost anything, so at least that's good. But yeah, we basically need a factory 4 times the size of what we currently have to also get yellow science up to 1000 science per minute. So that's what I mean. This is a monumentally bad idea. What are we gonna do? I mean, if we research Rocket Silo, we've got something to do. We can prepare for space, right? Because we unlock things which we need. But stuff like atomic bomb doesn't unlock anything we need. We just need to sit through the technology, keeping the factory supplied and stuff. So I'm not really sure if I'm actually going to do this, or if I'm just going to go proof of concept. Proof of concept would be, we need to find a way to basically defeat the biters at 100% evolution. If we can find a way to claim the biggest nests on the map, with all the behemoth worms in there. Let's go in editor mode. If we can find a way to claim these nests, like the really big ones, can I play time? Can I kill all biters? I don't know if I still have it somewhere. This one. Right, so I killed all units, so now the units respective to the evolution factor will spawn. If we can push this nest with tons and tons of behemoth worms, loads and loads of behemoth enemies, and basically a giant nest, if we can defeat that, then we basically have proven that we can push out wherever we want, claim as many resources as we want, and thus we could theoretically just sit through the entire slog of researching the entire Norwegian technology tree. Let me just illustrate what that would mean. So if I research thrusters, plus all the prerequisites in one click, there we go. This is what we have left. It's basically just about everything, except for things we want to research anyway. Like, I suppose if we do Power Armor Mark II, we're also gonna just get ourselves the equipment. We're gonna want the better modules, naturally, etc, etc. Substation. I didn't want to clutter the screen too much with prerequisites, so I didn't include every single technology. But what is left over is almost nothing compared to what is in the prerequisite list. So that is the great idea here, I suppose, which is not that great. Where is it? The entire list has changed now that I added this in. So yeah, I did do this myself. I didn't make a mod, I just opened the Factorio game files and start ripping in them. So basically, Thruster does have a natural prerequisite, which is, I don't know actually what comes before it. I think rocket silo itself, or space science, that's the natural prerequisite. I just added these as prerequisites in the actual Factorio game files, backing up the original. So it's not a mod, it's just altering the game files. So it's also undetectable, I suppose. We can get infinite iron from space, that is true. The thing though is, yeah, yellow science starts to become quite copper heavy. So up until blue science, even blue science, though it requires 3 red chips, it also requires 2 engines. Engines is purely iron. But for yellow science though, that's a different story. The blue chips are mostly copper, the low density structures are mostly copper. The bot frames are kind of neutral, but yellow science is mostly copper if I remember correct. I don't actually remember the distribution. But copper from space is something we cannot get, because that would require the advanced asteroid processing, I think. Yeah, advanced asteroid processing. That gives us copper from space, but we cannot get that, because for that we need to go to Gleba, plus 2 million science of all types. So we cannot get that before we get off of the planet, so we cannot get that basically to get off of the planet. Yeah, this is the bad idea. This includes tariffs. I would say this is enough tariffs. We basically like quintupled or sextupled the amount of research we need to do. Did you update to the new version with the new rules for achievement and map settings? No, I didn't actually. I don't think that should affect me, since we're playing default settings except for the 1000 times science cost multiplier. The new achievement restrictions do things like increasing forest or giving you or like not having pollution spread, the things that were previously used to cheese getting all the achievements while not really dealing with biters. Those have been fixed. Thanks Campus PL as well for the 9 months. Happy Easter. Okay, let me scroll back through chat a bit. I vote no to another 1k hours of biter fighting. Yeah, I guess so too. I'm leaning towards just doing it as a proof of concept. So we're gonna devise a method to get there. We'll get into that once the time comes. I think we can still fight against biters without destroying nests and win. I'm not entirely sure though, but I think we can get there. So if we can get there, if we can start pushing the nests, then I'm happy. Then I'll just uninstall my own mod. I'll change the game file back to the original without the crazy prerequisites for Thruster. And we'll just continue as normal. But that means for the moment, let me load the actual game. For the moment, we are not going to be able to get off of the planet. We are going to be able to get to space. I could technically make all those technologies a prerequisite for rocket silo, but I think it will be fun to go to space already somewhere in the meantime. And unlock space science as well. Gives us something to do, I suppose. But yeah, we'll We'll then delete all these prerequisites again, but for now we'll pretend that we need all of this. So if we need every single technology in the game, that has some benefits as well. That means we can finally start indulging ourselves in useless technologies, like indeed the power armor, which I tried to justify last stream. I found a new reason to justify the power armor. Now it's a hard prerequisite on the way to thrusters. I just simply have to get it. That is the whole reason I did it. We can get stuff like, you know, things we didn't want to invest in, like tool belt, now is supposedly a prerequisite, just the entire tech tree. We're also going to need more military science to find a way to defeat the biters. I'm not going to spill the beans yet on how I think I will do that, since I think we can play on normally for now. And I don't want the idea to get sniped. But yeah, that is how we're gonna up the ante. There is actually not that many good technologies which are really that desirable. I suppose nuclear power would be nice to have. We can go nuclear power then, if we need to research all technologies anyway. As you can see, it's a prerequisite for thrusters now. So we might as well get it and go for pollution-free and resource-free energy. I suppose we're already pretty far into the solar power accumulator route though, so we don't really need it. Yeah, we don't really need much. There's not really much like good technologies like quality of life technologies, which we didn't get already anyway. I suppose substation. We're gonna get the power armor Mark II eventually, but yeah, actually not too good. I think one of the changes this will make, we're gonna want automation 3, I suppose, for the 2 extra module slots these assemblers provide. That probably means nuclear power, because these things are very power hungry, especially with modules. So that does give us a reason to go nuclear power as well. And the other thing being, where is it? What was it again? I'm blanking out. Yeah, I find the other thing being mining productivity. So this one was worth it. It costs us 5 million resources and netted us like 12 or 13 million. This one was not worth it because it costs 15 million resources to research this. And previously we did not require enough resources to make this a worthwhile deal. But if we're going to go the entire tech tree, then this definitely becomes a worthwhile deal, as the 15 million resource cost is going to give us like another 8-ish% discount on about 700 to 800 million resources instead of 150 million. So this one becomes worth it. This one, that is a lot times more expensive than this one. So this one is 15 million resources. This one is twice the price, so that's 30 million. And then this one is also 3 times the cost of a blue science pack. So that's equivalent to 90 million blue science then. Wait, no. 500k blue science. This is a million blue science, so this is 2 million blue science. This is 3 million blue science. It's about 100 million resources or so. That's probably... How much resources does atomic bomb cost us? If this is 100 million resources to research, that is quite a lot. Where's atomic bomb? 5 million. Okay, that should be easy to count. Automation is 3 resources, this is 7, so it's 10. These are both 25, so we're up to 60. And this one is like 75, so up at 135 resources per science pack. So this times 5 is... this technology by itself will cost about 700 to 800 million resources. Whoa, that's a lot of resources. That is way more resources than is visible on the entire map at this moment. Alright, then we got the other prerequisites. This is by far the most expensive though. The other ones are not nearly as expensive. Uranium ammo is the second most expensive. But for the rest, everything is just a couple 100k. So if we just declare that we need 1 billion resources or something, mining productivity 3 is like just on the edge of being worth it or not. I suppose it's good to have because it will be better on the other planets as well if we have mining productivity 3. But it's not going to be like a super high priority, I suppose. It's going to be a while before we can research it, I think, as well. Or do we just need purple science back and that's all? Yeah, we just need purple science back and that's all. Just simply need purple science back and that's all. Yeah, very good. I'm gonna say it's not worth it. Let's not go mining productivity 3. Look on the bright side, you'll get cliff explosives before Vulcanus now. Is that true? No, cliff explosives is Vulcanus technology. So unfortunately, we are not gonna get cliff explosives. There is no rush. 1 billion resource. Yeah, that is quite a bit, isn't it? That sounds a little bit insane, I'm not gonna lie. Ah, atomic bombs. Yeah, atomic bombs remove cliffs. I forgot about that one. At this level of self-punishment, Pyanodons would be easier. Prove me. You will prove me that you will finish your Pyanodons run before I finish my run over here. Then I'll believe you. Yeah, I still don't know if we can afford the fast inserter though. We might have to skip that one. So yeah, I hope that doesn't mean 100 hours more of biter pushing. No, like I said, we're just gonna go proof of concept. We're just gonna find our way, try it out on some like smaller nests, and then see if we can do it on bigger nests. And then if we can do one of the biggest nests, like this one over here, or I saw a big cluster up here. Like this is a giant cluster. If we can get this wiped out, there's only big worms though. We need to go in behemoth worms. So we need to find we need to prove that we can defeat any enemy on the map. The enemy is done evolving. We're practically at 100% evolution. Nothing is gonna change anymore. Not really. So if we can defeat the biters on the map as they are now, I'm gonna be happy. And then we're just gonna time skip, pretend that we have researched everything. I'm just gonna uninstall the mod and we're gonna proceed normally. I just want to see if it can be done. Alright, challenge accepted, alright. How far are you along? How many hours are you in your Pyanodons run? How many % of the way are you through? Let's phrase it like that. Yeah, we can get infinite iron from space, but we cannot get it at an infinite rate. We're gonna need we already need 20 belts of resources to maintain 1000 signs per minute. We're a bit below because we haven't been paying attention to that. But we need 3 stacks there for red signs. We have 7 stacks for green signs. We have 20 stacks for blue signs. And we're gonna need 60 or 70 stacks for yellow signs. Another 60 or 70 stacks for purple signs, I suppose. So yeah, but there's no way we can, even if we could send down that much from space, there's no way we're going to be able to extract that from a single cargo bay that fast. So we are going to be limited in the amount of resources per second we can extract from space, even though the ore patches in space will never run out like they do on Norvis right here. I don't know, I don't really feel the need to blow up many cliffs so far. The cliffs are a lot less annoying, they're a lot less omnipresent. We have been able to work around the existing cliffs quite nicely. I mean, sometimes they're in the way, we can just underground belt. It is a little restrictive, but that's okay. It forces you to make different shaped, different layouts every time, instead of just doing the same thing over and over again. Same with my expansion chunk system. I have never built blue signs and engines this way before. Following the exact chunks, like so. Alright. Let me get my... I made some notes. Of course I did a bunch of syncing and stuff. to see if it could be done. Let me open Excel. Alright, let me go to the resource table over here. So this was the old resource table. We needed 7.5 million red, 7 million green, 4 million blue. Together that is 150 million resources. If we go this way, we are going to need, without the countable technologies, the damage upgrades and all the stuff, we're going to need 24 million red and green signs. So that's not too bad, that's just like 3.5 times as much. But we're gonna need like 18.5 million blue signs. So that's over 4 times as much blue signs. And then on top of that, we're gonna need 7,000 yellow signs, which is equivalent to about we're gonna need 7 million yellow signs, which is equivalent to 21 million blue signs. And purple signs, actually there is not a lot of purple signs technologies which you can research on Norvies, funnily enough. I was kind of surprised to find out that it's really only automation tree, logistics tree, elevated rails, reprocessing, nuclear fuel reprocessing. And that's kind of it in terms of non-countable technologies. And beacons, yeah, I forgot about beacons. But this is all like the countable ones, inserter capacity bonus. You might want those still, but they are not like hard requirements. And all of these are infinite technologies, etc. And some of the other purple ones, they require some other science pack along with it. So it's only 1 million purple signs about. We cannot kill nests because we are still beholden to these rules. That didn't work. We are still beholden to these rules, so we gotta keep our hands clean, no killing biter bases. Alright, where's my notepad? Alright, but for this stream, I think some of the things we need to do first is... can I get rid of this? No? One of the things we need to do first is basically fixing signs, because we've been neglecting signs. We should be at 1,000 signs per minute. We're at 870. That is, well, you can see the gaps in the belts over here for red chips. But the main problem at the moment is green signs. We are not having enough iron. So I suppose we're gonna just back up. We gotta make backup mines for basically all the resources which are running out or starting to run dry. Starting with green signs, because that's the main one. Yeah, beacons overall are massively buffed. Stacking beacons is less effective, but just a single beacon, even not quality, a single beacon is 3 times as expensive, 3 times as powerful or so, which makes it very good to just sprinkle a couple beacons around your base instead of having to completely rebuild it around beacon builds. And then you can get quality beacons, and those things are absolutely off the charts, I agree. Yeah, tier 2 modules are definitely on the list as well, as soon as we get to space. I think that's the main reason I did not put all the prerequisite technologies under rocket silo, but under thrusters instead. Because if I put this under the rocket silo, then we can no longer get the space science pack. We need to get the space science pack to be able to unlock the Mark II modules, as well as some technologies which we also need to get. Those need space science as well. So we cannot make we cannot make atomic bomb a prerequisite for rocket silo because space science is a prerequisite for atomic bomb. Without space science, we cannot get the Kovacs enrichment process, which is required. All right. I think we're actually going to start then. I'll try to keep up with chat. If I miss something important, please scream at me, like as per usual. Alright, so last time I punished myself by making way too many rare quality raiders. That is, I suppose, something. Why do I have a damaged bot in my inventory? Those normally fix themselves. My thanks. Ah wait, I have too many bots in my inventory. Yeah, we can only house 80 bots. I got like 100 I was gonna say. But I don't. I've got only 96. Where's my bots? I got 150 in total. Okay, I see something. Oh no. Oh no. Looks like I lost some on the way. Okay, we're gonna have to pick those up. Those are gonna take forever to come back. I'm gonna carry this around later on, I suppose. Radar. Throw a couple of those rare raiders away. Alright. So this is going to be fork safe. Fork safe. Oh no. Atomic bomb pre-rec. Shouting at myself in all caps. How long is this run now? This run is 174 hours long. Wait, you changed the tree? No. The tree is still here. But in this playthrough, every tree is a tree of wisdom. Every tree is sacred. We have been saving as many trees as we possibly could. Instead of having a single tree of wisdom, we have an infinite forest of wisdom. All trees have been sacred for the entire playthrough. Alright, so if we're gonna build mines, I suppose we need a new iron mine then for green science, because green science is lacking the hardest. We can tell that because this belt is not backed up, and even though this is not full, we are stashing the red chips in chests, and we are still stashing red chips in chests more than we are feeding them out. So it looks like green science is the bottleneck at the moment. Red science is backed up, so even if red science is not getting full resources, green science is even more not getting full resources, so we'll only discover the next bottleneck after we replenish iron for green science. So we're gonna need a bunch of mining drills. Our current green science mines are located over here. Yeah, that is sad. 144k remaining out of 8 million. The other green science mine was this one. 117k remaining out of 7 million. The backup mine is not doing that much. It's just a couple miners. We spread those miners out a bit because of the pollution threat, which now has disappeared. So that is basically our 3 green science mining drills. They together bring in this amount of iron. That should all be full, but it's not, so we're feeding it in with another 2 mines. One of them is over here, and the other one is what we use for red ammo over here. So that's like 5 patches already trying to supply green science, and it's not enough. 5 patches trying to supply green science, it's not enough. We're gonna need a new one. Where are we gonna grab that from? Ideally somewhere where we are not disturbing green chunks, so probably not this one, because that would get rid of another 10 green chunks at the moment. We could try to snag this one. That gets rid of 3 green chunks over here, but I suppose we need to grab it from somewhere. This is also quite easy to hook in over here. It's already in the polluted zone though. I was thinking, should I throw quality or efficiency in there? Quality might be a bit much since the pollution cloud is already here and this is just going to stack on top of that. Maybe this mine is not such a bad idea, although this mine will put more pressure on this biter base right here, which is in this chunk, so we are like 2 chunks away. This chunk is being polluted all the time. Yeah, maybe we'll go for this one and just hook it in here. No, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. I suppose we'll hook it in these things over here, which make this area full. And that should probably fix it. We only have a little bit of a shortage, not really a lot. Alright. 106 mining drills are on here. So I doubt we will need more than 150. There's some water here. We do have like a stack of landfill on us, so that should be fine. I'm gonna try going for full quality modules and just see how that pans out. If it is too much pollution, we can switch it out for 1 or 2 or all efficiency modules. But I do want to keep the quality mill going for a bit, so let's just grab the quality modules. Okay, 150 mining drills, and that means this much quality modules. We are close to logistics bots, that means we are gonna get our 30 inventory slots soon. That's nice. But we haven't got them yet. This is probably about enough underground. We don't need really that many splitters. Belts we will need though. Wait, you changed the tree? Yeah, we changed the science tree. All I did was find this technology in the space age folder, thrusters. It had the prerequisite of space science, and I just copied that line, found the names of these other 7 technologies, and now we have 7 extra prerequisites. That's all I did, basically. Right. We have the exoskeletons though, so we are faster now. Where is the bots? Yeah, they're still... Let's go pick those guys up. Let's do an experiment. Let's see how much energy they actually drain. So... I suppose if I delete my exoskeletons and the battery is 100% full, we should be able to measure just how much energy those bots drain. Unless they drain more than... Where is it? 64 megajoules. Alright. Depleted bot energy test. Alright, so let's see how fast the battery depletes. Can I see this somewhere else? I can see it here. Come on, bots. That is a lot of energy. I hope we will have some left. Okay, we do have some left. About 5 megajoules, so 27 spent, 54 megajoules spent. It was 6 bots. 9 megajoules per... Hey, that sounds familiar. 9 megajoules per bot. Oh, there you got it. 9 megajoules per bot. Confirmed. Okay, we could have just looked it up in the Factoriopedia apparently. But yeah, 9 megajoules confirmed. The numbers are correct. Now, you know, let's cheese it. Let's not spend those megajoules. We'll just pick them up from the sky. And my battery remains full. And the bots remain full. A bit cheesy, but oh well. At least we can run. It's getting nighttime as well. Oh hey my chat, thanks for the 16 months. Happy Easter to you too. Just so you know, we... does this still give Mike an alert? It does. I have stopped being scared of him though. That might change this stream because we're going to build a quality mine where I probably shouldn't build one. So I think that is not going to be possible with quality modules, which I'm planning to build now. We've got power lines, but I think we might have enough to build it anyway. We've got some copper to make more if we need. So yeah, much ado. Missed so many streams, but life got in the way. Yeah, it tends to do that sometimes. How is the base doing? Pretty well. We're at blue signs. Let's just have a quick look at it. So we have 1,000 signs per minute of red and green signs, and also blue signs. We've got red chips down here. We've got engines and blue signs over here, nicely fitted in this corner of the base. And sulfur, the giant sulfur build is over here. That's all the sulfur we need. Like literally 246 blue signs assemblers, 216 engine assemblers, 180 red chip assemblers, and a massive 3 sulfur plants for the last ingredient. That is a kind of a weird imbalance in the amount of machinery required, I suppose. So that has been running fine, and it has been running so fine that I've gone crazy. It was Easter, so we have a new Easter egg. The new Easter egg is this one. We've got some new prerequisites for the thruster technology, most notably atomic bomb, which by itself is 4 or 5 times as expensive as everything we used to need to do up to getting off of the planet, including researching the new planet. So we're basically gonna try to research the entire Norwegian tech tree before we get off Norvis. And it's a bad idea, we already stated that, but we're gonna at least try to proof of concept that. Alright, some reset achievement stuff again. I think I should make a blueprint of this rather than my old mining drill thing. Easy to hand build, but now we've got bots. So maybe we can just copy this thing. And that is gonna be easy to bot build. Relative grid. Now we can just drag that all over the place. Alright. Shopping list. We can delete the shopping list. Easy to bot build. And save one with efficiency modules as well. So we got one with efficiency modules, we got one with quality modules. This one didn't even have the quality miners in it yet. So I think that one is obsolete as well. Alright, first we'll switch off the roboport so we can put it on the bar, so we can maybe find the best distribution or something. And where is iron? Iron is up to here, so it would be kind of great. Let's just see how it fits. Okay, that is the furthest it needs to be back. Okay, the front is far more to the front, so we can go back a little. Alright. What about the up-down requirement? Okay, that doesn't fit. Maybe we go just one tile down. Alright. 1 tile down. So that's gonna be the benchmark. Let's just see how it fits. Yeah, this blueprint works very nicely. Yeah, a little bit of landfill here, just like 2 spots. That captures that. It doesn't capture this, we can just simply move this one back a bit. That will grab all of that. Okay, let's delete the fake miners. Now I suppose we'll have to build it in sections anyway. Or the bots will exhaust themselves. Right. New iron mine for science. Yeah, I think quality will be too much pollution too. I want to try it though. I can prioritize the other mine so that I only do the leftovers from this mine. Alright, I was gonna switch on the bots first. Oh wait, I should not give them too many tasks because they won't charge themselves up. My battery will remain full if I don't let them fly out too far. So how many elements are in here anyway? 16, 20, 21. I control 80 bots at the moment. So if I do 5 stamps at a time, it should send all bots out and they won't charge themselves up when they come back. I need to wait for them to come back, I suppose. You know what? I think I don't need to be so pedantic about that. Let's see if we missed some spots. No. No. There's a fake one. That might be a fake one. It's not. Okay, we are gonna do that ourselves. Okay, there's nothing under there. Wait, what? Is there this many mining drills? 161? I'm out of modules, basically. Alright. It really is that many, isn't it? Okay, this all gets mined. Am I still missing? I'm missing 8 modules. Alright. I'll come back then. We'll just grab these for now. It's like I kinda underestimated this. This is gonna make a lot of pollution then, man. If all of this is gonna run, it's 1500 pollution a minute from these mining drills. Yeah, that is wishful thinking, isn't it? That is wishful thinking. How many belts do we got coming out here anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of course it's 7. It's always 7. Alright, we're gonna make it 6. Six belts come out of here. And then we're just gonna use our red belts to do the things. We want 2 belts of iron to come out, I think. Do we want more than 2 belts? I'm not really sure. Oh, I spot another power line which needs to be picked up. And this is also not too far away. So gonna just make the upgraded variant. I suppose. We're gonna have to go here. So let's put that over there as well. Gap is for ventilation. You gotta ventilate your mining drills or they'll overheat. That is true. Alright, we're basically just gonna hook it in like this. With the 2 central belts, the most densest, which I suppose will actually be these 2. We're gonna just hook those in here. Is that more than 15 drills? Yeah, it is. Ah, that's fine though. And the other belts are gonna hook in all of the other slots. Doesn't really matter how. But it didn't need to be this horrible, I suppose. Yeah, you got it. That's a decent 4-to-2 splitter, isn't it? Can I simply delete this? I think this part is unnecessary if we just take 2 belts out. Maybe we need to add this part so that this belt can go up there as well. We'll see. We can try this. If it doesn't work, we can always put the proper 4x4 splitter thingy there. This is gonna create way too much pollution. Pretty sure of it. We no longer have a separate power network, so that's nice. Has the Easter egg been mentioned? Yeah, Easter egg is this. This is the Easter egg. The space platform thruster has gotten a couple new prerequisites, which is basically the entire Norwegian tech tree, except for the countable technologies like braking speed 7 and flamethrower damage 6 and all those kind of things. Most noticeably this technology, which by itself is over 4 times as expensive than everything we needed to do up until this point. That's the Easter egg. That is it is vanilla, I suppose. It's not technically a mod, as I just hacked it in the code myself. I want to have the pollution numbers on there. That's gonna go crazy. I suppose we first need to make this belt a bit longer then. Okay, we can catch up with that. Yeah, it's my doing. Yeah. It's not an actual Easter egg that has been programmed in Factorio to annoy everybody. This is just to annoy me personally, and it's my own fault. Alright. Yeah, those numbers are gonna run up quickly. Look, you can see the chunk becoming like dark red in seconds. I think 150 pollution is about as dark as it's gonna get, if I remember correctly. Under 60 it's the minimum color, and over 150 it's the maximum. Yeah, the biters are not gonna... We have to keep an eye on that. The biters are not gonna be happy with that. My Easter egg. Every single thing is crazy, that is true, but... we have bots already. I got personal bots. I might set up a bot network. Where am I going? You can see the level of focus. Okay, the ore is not yet there, so let's just start bringing it in. I probably should do those the bowling alley guardrail thing again. So we can see the bells are actually connected once they come out the other side, or if there is something in the way. Okay, there's a bunch of dead ones in here. I cannot keep up with my exoskeletons, they're too fast. Okay, that's we can use some red undergrounds to save even more trees, I suppose. This is not collected though. Why not have a power switch at the mine? Circuit network costs 100,000 research. That is basically why. But you can just have a manual power switch these days. Here is my power switch. And it's off. And it's on. Not quite worth the 100,000 science packs worth of technology, oh god. This tree chopping stuff is gonna be a thing. For a while. Already not connected somewhere. There is no more, you can no longer do that, the deconstruction filter for dead trees. So if you look under trees now, there simply is tree now. Tree. which harnesses all, which covers all trees. Before in Factorio 1.1, all the trees were separate ones, and you could like delete the stumps and whatnot. But you cannot selectively pick dead trees in general. Trees which have decayed, they are just a... in the game code, they are just like a progress state of a tree which already... Basically, it's just the same tree like this one, except in a different state. So it would not be different on the deconstruction planner regardless. Alright, we have arrived at the place where we want to bring this in. Wait, why is there only one belt of iron coming from here? One of these is stuck. Did I mess this up? Has that belt never run, or what? Am I building a new mine for no reason? Broken iron belt. I broke it. Alright, it's good that I broke it. That's better than if that it hadn't been running for the last 60 hours. Broke it while building, alright. Yeah, the name of the mod is Music Playlist Extender. So you can play the music from all planets. You can configure that as well, what you want to listen to on what planet. The most important mod which you should install is Kwality, because that fixes a major spelling mistake in the game. Whoop still hasn't figured that one out. So somebody else took it upon them and made a mod for that. Alright, so how am I gonna mix this in? Suppose we can switch to red belt again. If I switch to red belt, both belts can go onto one. One of them can go up. One of them can go down. This would look nicer if it was here. Let's do it without iron on the belt. So one of them we want to mix in with these guys. So we gotta again split it. And then we can put out the yellow belts. We can input priority the home mine over here. Although... Alright, so this should be able to push all the iron ore in there. And these belts should become full. And the gaps should go away, first in this belt and hopefully in all of these. But maybe just not quite yet. I'm not sure this is enough iron already to completely fix signs over here. It might be. Let's take a look. If all the lines here go away, if it does, then we're good already. Alright, I know I can upgrade this to red belt and red splitter. I do not want to do that. I can filter these in here though. This is basically if we do this, no more ore is gonna go on the outer belts. We can just cut that. I know it's already fixed. It's already fixed with just from this side over here. So yeah, this probably will fix it for quite a while. Of course, the issue is going to be the pollution output, but that should put green signs per minute back into 900 signs per minute production, 1000 signs per minute consumption. It's going to look from this, how it was looking previously, to nicely compressed belts again. Okay, so that is solved. How is pollution looking? Maybe we have a couple too many of those options on. Okay, we're already like pushing out here, you can see it. I suppose these are gonna consume some pollution for a while. The problem is though, there is not a lot of forest between. All of these chunks are like empty. There's like forest to the side, but that doesn't really help if the pollution can just go straight through the gaps. Like they can here. Almost no forest at all, and then here's the biters already. So there's a little bit of forest in here, but basically no forest between the biters and the mining drill. This mine is not working continuously though, so it will start working more. Oh god. Too late. Forgot to filter out the quality, or he finally noticed. Oh, that sucks. Oh. I named the stream Quantity over Quality. Quality came back to take revenge immediately. How much of a problem is that going to be? It's only mixed in with green signs. I will filter it out at the base, but I suppose I should filter it out here now as well. Oh, that could be bad. So the not quality goes straight, and then the quality has to go onto that quality belt over there. Alright then. Quality's filtered off. Am I gonna fix it like this? Oh, we can read the belts to know if there's still quality ore on there. Let's try to fix it without... Oh, can I still outrun the gaps? I should have tried to outrun the gaps. I think now I'm too late. Right, now I'm too late. Or am I? Yeah, I am. Or am I? Okay, I look at this signal. I see there is no quality ore on the bus, only normal iron. So that's good. And I suppose we will see it if quality iron goes over here. All the quality iron should go to the end of these belts. We can read those as well. Here we can see there's 3 rare quality and 66 uncommons on the belt. Suppose we'll just try to split those off. What about only this one? There's 7 uncommon on the... I need to check the split. Oh, I didn't stop the split belt. Okay, the split belt has uncommon ore as well. Yeah, at the moment there's no quality ore on the belt. Right, we're just gonna filter out all the quality ore. This will back up and we can just pick up all the iron off of the belt. So, no harm done. Oh, I have to be careful that I don't make a second mistake and destroy my chunks over here. We're right on the chunk border. Could have easily accidentally placed a power pole in there for my measuring stuff. Alright. Ah wait, there's an underground belt. Underground belts cannot be connected. I think if I put a splitter on there, that's also not gonna help. Okay, let's just let it go straight. Okay, that should block everything. There was one uncommon ore already laying in front. Yeah, looks like I'm not gonna spot that. Now we just have to wait for the uncommon ore to get filtered out. We need to pick it up and that should be it. These are all empty. I don't have like an alert. I cannot really measure the output belts and play an alert because I don't have the circuit network. This is all empty. The copper is full, but copper was not a problem. Alright, we can see there's like 6 rare plates and 53 uncommon ones on there. I suppose we'll just scoop them off when we see them. They should mostly be concentrated near the end. That's still going. Alright. See if all the ore has already gone off. No, not yet. I suppose we need to pick this up a couple times so the belts don't get blocked. $20 and 2, $18 and 2. Alright, that's gonna disappear. This should never get quality ore again. And then it's just a matter of finding the remaining pieces on here. I could filter them out as well, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. There's a bunch down here. How much? 11 and 1. Alright, drastic measures then. Let's cut it off. Okay, 897. There's nothing on there anymore. So if we empty out all these belts, we should be good. There's one on here. Well, declogging belts has become easier with that new function. It is still annoying though. Accidentally mixing up your belts in Factorio, one of the most annoying things. Is that all? There is still someone here. I think that's all. Yeah, no more uncommon plates or rare plates on there. So we can just get rid of this. I like to replace the belts so they don't remember their status. This should be good as well. And the mouse over, no stuff on there. Alright. And no more quality stuff on there either. Alright. Now we're good, right? Yeah, we're good. That was a minor disaster, but it has been solved, fortunately. That was Factorio's Easter egg for me, I suppose. Quality strikes back, declogging the belt. No copper. We do have some plates, we can chuck those in there as well, I suppose. Oh, this is full. My inventory is full as well. Uncommons can go in the mining drills. I think I am fully declocked myself as well. Okay. It's almost always easier to just reload when you make a mistake like that. How is the pollution cloud? There was a biter decoy action. No, it's still not there yet. I think these guys will be absorbing quite some pollution. Maybe the mine won't be active enough to actually bring in enough ore. I suppose I could just let it flow on the belt now. It's a little bit different though than the rest of my system, so I think I still want to unclog it at the source. Oh, that was a major mistake. We can bring the rest of these. And some more quality modules. Hey. And some more power lines, perhaps. What do I have these for? Furnace stack. I suppose I'll name it. Right. Back out. We'll filter that source and then just leave the other structure in place for long enough to filter all of the ore off the belt there as well. Well, that took a while. Signs per minute went down to 0 during the interruption. Let's see if we go back up to 1000. I kinda think it will take a while. Yeah, the science has been built in ratios. We are producing 900 packs net without productivity bonus. So an actual 900 physical packs a minute. With the productivity bonus, that becomes 1000 points of research science per minute. So this mouse over here should read 1000, at least for like half an hour or so before the how is it called in English? Before the curtain of deception falls and we find out my base actually does only 992 signs per minute. Right, so far so good. We will filter this all out at the source. I did not leave myself space for that. So, we can still filter it out here because this is a red splitter. We can get rid of this. We can do it easier here then. Just like so. And then this ore will have to side load somewhere over here, perhaps. Just go over the top. Here we've got our... That's how you build a 4x4 splitter. It should be on the bottom side of the belt. Bottom side of the belt, alright. That should work, right? We should still get 2 yellow belts out of there, because this can do 2 red belts at full capacity. And we can even just go here then. And splitter it in. Wait, no we cannot, because then we have to belt weave, and that is bound to go wrong as well. So let's just do this. There we go. Alright, and I think we are still reading... Are we reading the belt? So we are filtering out quality ore here as well, so that is fine then. I think, and now that we're here, we're gonna pick up some of those quality mining drills. I think we're gonna be building more mines even. Are you still concerned whether you'll have enough resources to get off of Novice, or is it sorted by now? Well, I suppose we are still concerned because something weird happened to the prerequisites of thrusters. Suddenly we need to research atomic bombs as a prerequisite, as well as a bunch of other technologies. So yeah, we are still we are very worried actually. I don't think there's enough resources visible on the entire map to cover what we need to get off of the planet. Yeah, something weird happened to my game. I don't exactly know what's going on here. Probably some sort of Easter bug. How do you plan to kill the biters? That's a great question. With as we are going to need to automate military science. I hope what I have in mind works. I'm not gonna spill the beans just yet though, but it's going to be something locked behind military science. Almost I would say obviously, but should we just go on a big loop to reclaim mining drills? Maybe we should. Alright, this is looking okay. How is it looking over here? Production wise. These belts are now full. So what's the next bottleneck? Is it red signs? Red signs is full as well. There are no gaps in this belt or in this belt. So I suppose then there's just some input lag for green signs to reach the end of the belt. We're producing enough. It's gonna go up to 1000. Or 992 I suppose. Green ammo, poison capsules. Green ammo would be fantastic. But I think it's too far behind. It's too many resources to unlock that. It's 1 million yellow signs. Which means that is... yeah, I think uranium ammo by itself is about the same amount of resources we originally needed to get off of the planet from scratch. Roughly similar, about 150 million or so. The Orion drive, right? The nuclear... oh yeah. How to propel yourself in space. Just throw nuclear bombs out of the back, explode them, and ride the blast wave. Oh, looks like this one was pretty damaged. I think that's how I lost my bots at the beginning of the stream somewhere. They went off to repair some wall. You know, in about 22 minutes time I can hide my repair packs away from the bot so that they cannot take them. That's gonna be the major benefit of logistics bots technology. What are we gonna research next though? I think it's just gonna be power armor then. If we're gonna go this route, we might as well spoil ourselves right away. Why is there a wall on the shore? At least you figured out it's a Netherlands joke right away. Where am I going? I was going here. I don't know where I'm going here. Man, I'm so fast with my exoskeleton. I think oh, I'll have a bit of time to read chat while we walk up here. No, we don't. We're already here. That stuff was used in the tree body problem on Netflix. It didn't end as expected. Hello, Johnnies. I hope you didn't damage anything. Just like pipes and whatnots crossing by. Okay, next mod. Next mod after renaming Kwality to the proper Kwality should be a mod that renames landfill to polders. Right, next mining zone's over there. Let's speed it up. I'll focus a bit. Yeah, we've gotten some more people in the chat to be wondered about why there was a wall next to the water. And it didn't particularly help when my reply was simply, I'm Dutch, it's what we do. Didn't quite clear up the problem. Man, those rare quality miners are a rare commodity. We gotta micromanage them a little bit more than I would like, since you cannot simply make them at will. It's quality with just quality Mark 1 module is kinda brutal, man. That's all we got right there. So we took those. At the home base we don't really have much. We should visit the coal mine and then the old mining patches. How is it looking here? This is a bit of a weird mix. I won't touch that right now. I think that's too far. We don't need to reclaim every single one, because we'll just keep running in circles. Coal is just straight south from here. Let's go double speed. I think if we go power armor, which we will, I will make two of them. One running armor and one everyday armor with like 2 legs, which I have now. 2 or 3 legs and a bunch of roboports. But one special armor to run large distances doesn't really seem like something we should how's it called? I think the resources are gonna be worth it. Oil is depleting. 12,000 per tank instead of... It was 13 at the beginning of the stream. Just running straight past with my Verstappen legs. Sad. 11 miners left. I've got about 4 stacks of miners left over at the moment. So we still have enough to make some more mining patches, but if a single ore patch takes like 150 miners or so, I think we're gonna have to just increase production somewhat of those things. Alright, we have that one up there still. Let's go there as well. And hopefully we see 992 signs a minute. That is what we want to see. Alright. So that's our true signs per minute. But now we're just gonna fake it a bit. Oh, here's a lot of those miners. Actually, I think we can... this one is still running. We can potentially reinstate some green chunk over there. This one. We already took stuff out of the northern chunks. Alright, no, so it's hopeless. We're not gonna get back anything here. That's a lot of drills though. Another 30. That's about it. One of the coal lines are not connected. I think we're just we're prioritizing the center here. That's why this one is not going. We're prioritizing the center, so we draw from the richest miners first. That was the idea, I suppose. Yeah, I think we are not quite ready anyway to think about what the next mod will be. I think this is gonna take me quite a while to finish. How is our steel storage doing? 194,000 pieces of steel have been saved up already. Alright, I forgot about that. We're gonna go 1k SPM. We're gonna continue with power armor after that. Alright, fixed rare ore debacle and retrieved rare miners, I suppose. Not really important for the series. I don't think I will put that in. But just so Editing Mike has a general idea of what kind of progress we're making. It's because the challenge was too easy. The challenge was becoming too easy. We made it. We basically made it. We just have to wait to get through rocket silo. We did everything. We set up everything. We set up 1000 signs per minute red and green signs. We finished setting up 1000 signs per minute blue signs. Now we just gotta build some extra mining patches to keep everything supplied. And that's it. Right. Still forgot to pick this up. I was right there as well. I am right here now. There was another forgotten piece somewhere over here. It has already... Did I already pick it up earlier? Okay, I picked it up already. So I gotta pick up those pipes at some point. What is the next step though? We are back to 1 KSPM, but as you can see, we still need more mining patches to... I think red sciences or the red chips are gonna suffer next. This patch is already more than halfway drained. And we are no longer compressing these belts. Maybe we can try mining this copper patch and just connecting it into the existing build here. Just prioritizing what's coming in and just having this one filter flow in whenever this starts running out more and more. That's it's a combined 9 belts of copper, so that's quite a bit. Actually, it's a combined 7.5 belts of copper, but yeah, it's still quite a bit. Do I have enough? That's definitely going to be efficiency modules though. That is way too close to the biters to quality. Also, the rest of the ore is not quality. We don't have a filter system in there. So we'll go efficiency. Suppose we'll bring all 200 miners. This time I'll take enough efficiency modules to efficiency everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And a half stack. We could use some more underground. You know what that means. There we go. Splitters are good, belts are good. Right. That's pairs though. What's the first planet you're going to? I think it's going to be Novis. Yeah, it looks like we'll be stuck here for quite a while. Yeah, we added the design's prerequisites. And suddenly, atomic bomb seems to be a prerequisite for thrusters because we're going to use the Orion drive for our spaceships. Which basically means we need to throw nuclear bombs out of the back and ride the shock wave to accelerate us. Should rename the thruster technology to Orion drive as well, I suppose. To complete the joke. I just love how all these biter bases are becoming part of my base. You're already here, that's not an answer. Ah, fair enough. suppose I will launch myself up to space and then just come back down to Novis. Then I'm going there. Does it count? From orbit, dropping down back to the planet? 8 minutes. Again, I always forget to take power lines. I can make them though. I've got a stack of emergency copper on me. Didn't you research iron power poles? Yeah, we did. The steel power poles are researched. Only because it was a prerequisite for Fulgora though. I haven't actually made any. I'm too stubborn now that we've got our quality power lines over here. Alright, I suppose we'll just cut the trees here. We'll just cover the entire patch. Existing pollution cloud from the base is not there. Still okay. I think we'll just cut this. Switch off the roboport and take the blueprint. Okay, there's no ore in that line. So the closest we need to be is this. Ideally this deep. Okay, so ideally 2 tiles down from there. How far does it go out to this side? Okay, there's nothing in there. It's a bit harder to see. Alright, so then we need to go 1 tile left again. How is it going up here? Here we need to go 1 tile up. Here we need to be 1 tile down. Okay, that is annoying. So the patch is 1 tile too large. Are we gonna grab the stuff from the bottom? I think we are. So I'll just, I suppose we can just put 1 on top of here. Okay, let's just bring the entire thing one step down then. So this is gonna be our benchmark. From there. We're gonna just do everything. For the 5, for the 6, copper for red chips. Look at that. 1000 signs per minute. Come on, give me the 1000. Yeah, there we got 1000 signs per minute. Look at that perfectly flat line. 1000 signs. Give me 1000. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes it does that. It does that because it's not 1000, I suppose. Oh, I got the wrong type of module. Yeah, we should change out this one for this one. I think I can just shift click it on top. Yeah, we can. Alright. But it is though. Thrusters are still available. I guess it's it would have been a funny April Fool's joke, I suppose. I think we can manually paste one here. And leave the rest of the trees up. There is no copper away over there. Alright, since these miners are valuable, let's do the old check. If we actually need the mining drills on the very edges. Yeah, we need that. That one as well. Doesn't look like there's too many miners that we don't really need on this patch. We checked that one already. Alright, so that is 124 drills, which means that's easily 4 belts of replacement ore. Now we gotta figure out how to get there. Okay, we do have like 4 tiles of space next to the power line here. It is a little bit... Okay, we gotta basically be on the other side though. So ideally I will just use... I'll just take each individual belt and hook it up to 2 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I got 8 belts of copper here, 4 belts of copper will come in. So I'll just split up each belt and connect it to the 2 belts here. So I suppose we want to be as tight on the right side as possible. Then it looks like this. Or we can just come down here anyway and then turn around here and then go down. I think we will do that. So that means we'll go here. Where are we going to come from though? We need to look at the green chunk. Where are green chunks? Okay, there's a bunch of green chunks here. If we cross those, we're gonna lose at least 10 of them, if not more. So ideally we just go in this chunk, out to the left, and then down, I suppose. We technically can stay in this chunk if we use landfill. Then we just lose these 2. If we go in this chunk, we'll lose these 2 as well. I suppose we'll use the landfill. Alright, so we're gonna go maybe just here then through the biter bases. It looks like there's a path. It does look like we can get through there. I will just draw the straight lines, I suppose. And here we've got a red one. That is logistics bots. Heck yeah. I forgot the save looks like in time. That means triple toolbar technology unlocked. Let's stash all the things we just want to have owners but not necessarily available at any one time. We can stash it there. Including, very importantly, the repair packs. Now if I accidentally damage something, like so, the bots won't fly out to repair it, unless I actually take my repair packs from my trash slots. Then they'll go repair it. So they won't fly out anymore to repair some random damaged wall or something. That is great. Pumps, roboports, lights, solar panels, and suddenly my inventory is already 20 tiles larger than it has any right to be. Triple toolbar technology for the win. Next up, power armor. Triple toolbar technology unlocked. Power armor next. $200 for that one. If we stay at 1000 signs per minute, that's gonna be 3 hours. And a bit. Alright, Matcha. If you're still here, thanks, and see you next time. Yeah, so the challenge is still on. Only artillery is allowed to kill a biter base. At least the very first kill has to come from artillery. Alright, so we want these belts to come out somewhat in this pattern then. We got to fix this up somehow. We got 6 belts again. We can do the same sort of thing as before, except with a... what's it called? This is the richest one for sure. We'll just make an actual red splitter, so I just don't need to use my brains. It's the easiest if I don't need to use my brains. They don't like that stress. And then we'll just fit in 2 of those for the extra ones. We cannot do that. Alright, I'll just have to move over then. So be it. Oh, I love bots, man. They make this all so easy. Alright, so this one has to go in here. This one has to go in here. And then we'll just keep on connecting. Do we do the zippers? Let's get this out of the way. I've got the inventory space, man. We can just stash it in the trash slots. Heck yeah. I think we'll do the floppers. Probably not called floppers, but now they are. I probably should try to avoid taking down some of these trees if I can. Okay, that is one flopper. Second flopper in there. We'll input priority the center. I think I didn't do that on the other patch. This one. Okay, pollution still normal. That basically means take input priority from the rich center and leave the weak edges alone for as long as possible. That should, what that should do is draw, well, it basically makes the patch run out more evenly, so more miners will be active all of the time, and then the drop off at the end should be much steeper instead of the usual thing where the outside miners dry up and then the edges will run for forever. Basically what is happening to these. So the rest of the mine has already long been gone and now just this is left over in the center. Right, so we're gonna go left until this chunk. Basically the chunk where the solar panel is in. Okay, then I suppose... I'm gonna snap out of it here again. Let's do the... guardrails thing again. Yeah, uranium ammo is the second most expensive of the prereqs. But atomic bomb is by far the most expensive. It's probably as expensive as the rest of the prerequisites combined. This one is second place only because it's 1,000,000 signs of yellow signs included there as well. Like for example, Kovarex is 1,000,000 as well, but it's only blue signs. Which makes this about 4 times cheaper than uranium ammo. With its included yellow signs pack. 5 times cheaper because it's also military signs. Oh, I forgot to include that into the atomic bomb calculation. Military signs is about as expensive as blue signs as well. So that adds another ×1 multiplier to the total. Which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Which means it's very expensive. That's basically what it comes down to. The rest is just there to force me to research the rest of the tech tree as well. Everything that is not in here I will research anyway, like beacons is not in the prerequisite list. But stuff like beacons and modules are so useful that we're kind of forced to research those as well anyway. Alright, so just keep going, We're gonna power it at the end this time. No quality or mess ups this time because we're using efficiency modules. Okay, we are in the chunk now. So if we go down here in this chunk, we will preserve these if we can manage to just go over the water. I don't know, maybe I should just not. Maybe I just should go down here because eventually we're gonna mine the coal. We just need to make more chunks on the water really. We have the resources to do that now. And this is just 2 chunks. It's only coal though. Okay, let's go in that chunk. 2 chunks is 2 chunks. Do we leave space? I don't think so. We can barely fit by here at the moment. So we don't. Let's have the bots do some work for us. I'm not sure if the bots can do that much faster. It's just belt dragging. Okay, now we come at the annoying bit. I don't think any of those have the power to pulse. Right, bots don't have access to landfill. That is because I denied it. Let's do a max distance. For every start. Right? That looks weird, you might say. Which it does. Okay, that's kind of the maximum. This one is not connected. That's 5, alright. Alright. That's about as good looking as you can make landfill look, I suppose. We are only spending time on the most important of things this playthrough, as you can obviously tell. Are we gonna finish the run completely? Yeah, I think so. We're gonna go into the preliminary. The plans for now are to get into... to just transfer the base towards mega base status. I think we're just gonna turn here. Like my hotkeys a bit messed up. That's about where we want to be. Everything's still connected. Okay, those trees are just dead. This one is dead as well. This one is dead as well. This is dead. The smart bell dragging was a really good addition, man. Took me a while to get used to it, being an OG old dog who cannot learn new tricks, but I learned it. Took me like way too long to give it a try even, but you know, I'm glad I did now, because the smart belt weaving thing with the automatic underground is much better in almost all circumstances. Alright, that's our 4 belts of copper. Now we gotta weave them in. This belt of copper is gonna have to go last, because we got to go all the way to here. There's gotta be space for that, so we first take this one. We basically just have to split it in to these two. I think I'll just underground it past. Right. Like that, I suppose, with input priority on where it was coming from, and then the other part of the belt can do a similar thing, I suppose. Something like that should work. Does that look nice? Yeah. Can we just force copy that? I think we can. Looks like no, somehow. Wait, we only move one belt. I see, yeah, alright. So we gotta move those over. We'll just do it here. Now I can do it. Nice. We'll have to move these over as well. Now I can do it. And I suppose I'll move that one over as well. And we can even do it for the last one. There we go. I think that's done correctly. Now we just gotta power it. And copper for red chips should be compressed everywhere again. My trash slots are already full. What a difference in my inventory though. Okay, where's power? Power is here. Suppose we also want to throw one of those big radars on there. So we can have vision in the night. Hey, C-Rex. Yeah, I should take a break. Let us power copper and then we can take a break. So that means the power lines also should stay in this chunk, which I didn't think about. We can, I think we can potentially connect the power lines through here. If we got like 2 rare ones or something. I think for now I'll just stamp one of these on the water, so be it. We're just gonna go straight up then. Yeah, we're just gonna go straight up here. Or at least attempt to. Thank you, trees. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, trees. No. Okay, we'll run around. Gekoloniseerd. Hallo. Hey. I'm too fast, man. This is better. That's the speed I'm used to. Oh, it fits. Alright, I suppose we'll just go straight line from here. Straight lines I can go fast. We're gonna go in the biter base here. I think we should stay on the bottom side. No! My emergency stash of power lines has got to come out. Perfectly normal power line, nothing to see here. I gotta go out the other side, I think. Maybe not. That is copper. That is going to be efficiency module, so that's not going to be a big problem at all. Time to get up and stretch. And drink some coffee. Let's travel with the first copper through the biter bases. There is no underground belt though, no route which doesn't have underground belts in it. That tree still removes pollution. No, that's not true. Not the trees which die naturally, like these trees on the side of the screen. If those decay into a state without leaves, they no longer absorb pollution. They can get locked into a state where they still have leaves, and then they will keep absorbing pollution forever. But if they die off, they won't absorb pollution anymore. Exception being those things, those stumps with the square hitbox. Those absorb 1/10 of the pollution of a fully healthy tree for the entire game without decaying ever. So they have some value, but it's really minor. Alright, we're gonna go on a double speed. Hopefully. Double speed trip. Basically red belt speed. Simulated red belt speed. Alt E for exoskeleton. Oh yeah, I forgot that hotkey. I haven't had the need to use it just yet. It should be configurable to... You should have another hotkey in there for switching off all but 2 exoskeletons or something like that. Because normally in the late game, with your fully stacked out power armor, I guess we're gonna run into the underground section here. Let's watch it flow. Yeah, it would be quite nice to have a hotkey to switch off like the majority of your exoskeletons, but just keep on like 2 of them for when you need to run far away and then do stuff in your base. And 10 exoskeletons is too fast, but 0 exoskeletons is too slow. How about power consumption? I think we should be good. We're not actually making more stuff except going back up to 1k SPM. Okay, that's not true. We're actually close to 360 megawatts. Very close. Very close. Alright, let's go. It's still quite a distance. Oh yeah, like a hotkey to set a limit on movement speed. That would be the way to implement it. That's correct. That is the way to do it. Just have the hotkey set your movement speed to a maximum of that many kilometers per hour. Or miles per... I don't know what is an American time unit. Right, so here we have it. It should be arriving and it should not be moving unless we have a belt like this one. Not enough copper is coming in here, so we are gonna feed some copper into that one. This one should have enough copper, so this should just back up here. Yeah, this backing up is just backing up in the splitter itself. And then from this belt, it's actually going to filter in. And this belt should be full, and then we should have a full belt of copper coming out again. And with a bit of luck, this one is also gonna backfill. Yeah, there we go. So this is now a full belt. If we look at the gaps, no more gaps in the incoming belt, and pretty soon There's gonna be no more gaps in the outgoing belts either. Miles per 4th of July. And there we go. That's a compressed belt of copper now. So we are basically just gonna use the main patches and just use this one to make sure the belts remain compressed. That is basically, I think that's the way to go forward. Just keep adding mining patches to existing systems. It would keep it nice and visible if we do it this way. Like, you know which patches are prioritized, etc. Right. A goal achieved, I suppose, for red chips. How many mining drills do we still have on here? 78. That is that is not enough. Is that enough? We need 3 full belts of iron to match up with the copper. It is like bumping, but I suppose that's because we had not enough copper. The red chips require 7.5 belts. Like, each line requires 1 belt of iron with 2.5 belts of copper. Of course, these were not yet full, but that means 3 belts of copper with 7.5 belts. Sorry, 3 belts of iron with 7.5 belts of copper right here. So that means we need at least 84 mining drills active. And we have already got less over here. So I suppose we found the next mine to plop another one into. It's gonna be this one. And I don't think I have enough mining drills still. This is like bang smack in the middle of the green chunks, so that would be a horrible patch to choose. And this one would be better. Do we have anything else? I don't think so. I mean, I suppose just adding in 2 belts from here would be better than nothing. I don't think I have I don't think I have enough to cover the entire patch, but we don't really need to at the moment. No, we are not yet on the platform. We haven't delayed the platform though with our new cheeky prerequisite festival. The platform is still technically in the same place, although we might want to research other things before now. No, we are nowhere near that yet. 20 hours of research for sure. If we beeline rocket silo, which we're currently not. As you can see, we're researching power armor because that's what the brain wants. The brain wants its power armor. I am out of stuff though. We've got logistics bots. I don't care about logistics bots. I care about my logistics trash slots. That's what I researched it for, mainly. I think we gotta go back to the base to restock anyway. So I suppose let's do that. These furnaces have all been filled with iron plates, so it's gonna be a while before we actually notice the iron problem. But now that we have full belts of copper, we will notice at some point. Now that we're here, let's also put one of those radars down there. Because during the night we do not have vision of this area. We do have a vision of this area. I think we can get rid of this. Let's hope it's not blocking biters. Like we could not get rid of that, in fact. It covers the copper patch. I do want the biter island visible. Let's put it over here then. Okay, that exactly covers the Biter Island chunk, as well as some of the copper. So now we gotta be wary that this pollution does not reach over here. These biters are actually... Ooh, that is not good. These are in the southern chunk over there. Where is the stuff? So the biters are actually in this chunk over here. This biter base right here is in this chunk. So they are a bit more to the front as it seems. If it would be one tile further back, the biters would be in this chunk. But they are not, they are in this chunk. So that makes this iron completely worthless because this biter base is in the direct neighboring chunk of this iron patch. There is some forest there, I think that should be fine. Alright. It is night now, so we can see... Is it becoming night? How does it look? Is it becoming day already? It's becoming day already. Alright, never mind. We run back. Is planning mic the same as editing mic or is it a new mic? Ness. What have I missed? We've got a new prerequisite technology. We exactly meet the point where the belts are full and where the belts were not full yet. Thrusters now requires atomic bomb because we are going with the Orion drive technology for our space thrusters. So that means I wish I made that joke myself. Gotta thank Jimacha for that one, the Orion drive. The new gimmick is that thrusters requires atomic bomb. Which by itself is like 4 times the cost of the entire playthrough, which we calculated earlier. And then we gotta research all of the rest as well. Alright. Power. Here we are on the edge. We can go past 360 megawatts. We've got the uncommon steam power plant to catch that, but I think we should be adding some solar panels as well. Eventually. Probably sooner rather than later. Do I got any more mining drills anywhere? Of the quality variant? I don't think so. Let's just grab some of these gears. Oh, that is a lot of gears. We should be making mining drills out of those. Or at least out of the crappy quality ones. The uncommon quality ones. I should use my trash slots for that, shouldn't I? And I only need to walk once. Oh no, my inventory is full. It's not. I can easily carry all of this. No problemo. Okay, we got... I suppose we'll save 4 chests of those then. Oh, the Johnnies. Let's not have them shoot our stuff to pieces. Since when? Since today it's Easter, so we have some Easter eggs. Okay, let's do that. Let's do this. Let's grab this. Let's grab the good mining drills. These are practically full. How many of those things did we make so far? Already more than 20k. Suppose I want to switch this off at some point and start stashing plates, but I think maybe we'll make 24k, which means we just gotta fill up all of these chests one more time. Like except for like one slot or so. Let's bring those resources over. I think here nothing is not happening. Oh. Green chips. Only 13 mining drills though, that's not a lot. I was hoping that would be a lot more. I do have these. I want to bring these back. That's all of the uncommon mining drills I have. And if I stash all of those together, we should be good. I guess I'll eventually recycle them and hope for some better base quality components, but that is Volgora, of course, so we won't be having access to that at all. Alright, so 4 chests, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Suppose 5 chests, and then 5 chests here. So I want to make this inserter stop. It should be quality 2. If there's like 2395, not quite 2400, because this thing will make another couple without the even if the inserter doesn't output them. I want to make 24,000 exactly, I suppose, and then I'll just switch it off. And whatever we need after that, we'll just make from the rare ingredients themselves. And then we'll just start stashing up iron, I suppose. Let's try this out. So now it should no longer work. It is disabled by control behavior. Okay, that's good. This thing will make like 2 or 3 more. And then the input inserter stop inputting. So that is good as well. So we can fine tune this at the end. Because it's of course extremely important that we make exactly 24,000 of these uncommon miners. Because if we don't, that will definitely break the game or something. I don't know. Alright, so that can run. Let's throw those in there. That's in there. We'll take back as much rare stuff as we can. And we're off. Tesla towers against Worm on Vulcanus. Yeah, I suppose in a normal playthrough that would be okay. It's gonna be a bit hard for me to get those. Alright, that's a lot of chests of rare plates already. The power armor is going to give me a bigger inventory bonus as well. 32 instead of 16. We're going to be researching stuff like tool belt and stuff then as well. I don't know. I mean, it's not expensive in terms of resources then anymore if we go the full way, but it does of course take an hour and a half to research. So maybe I should still focus on making progress. You know, if I want to get started, I want bot speed as well. But if I want to get started on mining productivity too, that is a 60-second technology. I cannot afford a 60-second technology in terms of power. We are on the edge here, and the labs are going to be doing another 54.4 megawatts, because currently we are researching a 30-second per science spec technology. For mining productivity, that means, can I please not have clutter? For mining productivity, that means all of the labs are going to be switching on, which means double the lab power. Another 55 megawatts on top of this. We do have this for steam engines, we do not have that for solar panels. So we should add another 30% of the solar panels, so 1800 on top of them to match steam power. And then we have then we truly have 460-ish megawatts of power day and night. Which would be enough to research the mining productivity tech with the extra 55 megawatts. Research speed is not quite super wasted, because, like I said, if I had 100% research speed, I would not need... the labs would consume only half the power. But I calibrated my build, man, so that this entire screen-wide setup would be on, which makes for nice shots. So I cannot possibly alter that in the name of it being more efficient or something, right? That's illegal. What we do want though then is some more of those rare productivity mods, so I can pretend I have 1000 sign. Why does it not say 1000? It said 1000 all the effing time, and now it's not saying 1000. It is saying 1000. You see, it's 1000 signs per minute. Technically, we would need like over half of those should be... Over half of the modules in here should be rare ones. But since we got too many labs, we can get away with this many. And then just have like 30-minute bursts of 1000 SPM before it drops to 992. I don't have the resources to make that many rare quality productivity modules, but we would need another 116 rare ones plus another 900 uncommon ones if we switch on all the labs. So maybe we'll get started on that. How many of these do we have? We have 6 of those, that is not a lot. We have about 250 of these. So we need... Let's say we have 200 of those. We need to make 700 more. That's 3500 chips. The idea is then to make those in here, so that we also roll some of the rare ones in the process. Surely 200. Let's start with surely 200. Oh, we can do 2400. We will need them for more purposes anyway. So yeah, I don't really have too many of those, but I do have chests full of these. We'll do it like that. So that is prod mods for 60-second laps. And then 16 stacks left, that should be easy. Pro hand feeding. Can we get disc cosines? I will consider it then for next. I never used disc cosines before. I will consider to do it for the next stream. Right, no such luck that we immediately get the rare ones. Let's watch one more. Give me a rare one. Come on, you know you want to. You know you want to. No. No rare ones for me. The rest we're just going to have to tailor make at the end. Yeah, we are at 1k SPM. 1k SPM. Nice, flat. Okay, so on the menu is extra iron mine. How is engines actually doing? I suppose. Okay, we are polluting this now. It's not moving that hard, but it is moving. This should be full, right? I mean, we have so many mining drills here to make 5 belts of iron, 250 drills. Yeah, that's like 100 more than we need. How is pipes doing though? Oh, it's actually not full. There's gaps in here as well. Yeah, this is a dump setup though. Okay, this belt is backed up. I can temporarily remotely fix that. I think we should just build a second mine for that as well and just hook it in the back. It's probably the way to go. Okay, so we need a replacement mine for this iron and a replacement mine for iron for red chips as well, because now probably we can see there's gaps in the iron belts. Now that we fixed the copper problem, it always goes like that. You fix one bottleneck and the next one just shows up. Welcome to Factorio. Copper is tight, so I cannot afford inserters. That's the lore, I suppose. I'm gonna wait to get enough drills, I suppose. We can just make a quick loop. I'm not gonna go all the way around again. That is all not full. This is all running. You can pick up 2 drills there. This is all running. I don't think we can pick up that many stuff. Okay, 2 drills, that's not really worth it. Do we have any in here already? 3. I got 120 drills. That's enough to put 4 belts out there. We can maybe just design it from a distance and just see how many we need. That is maybe the way to go instead. Okay, there's nothing there, so this theoretically could go 1 tile to the front. But it doesn't need to. Oh, we got a cliff here. So maybe we want to go this horizontal. Okay, at worst case that is 165 mining drills. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, that's the benchmark. Alright, we'll just put on there what we have. We don't need everything. We just need like 2 belts of iron to go there. 1, 2... 3 stacks of those. Okay, let's just organize this. This is like emergency stuff. I should carry some more emergency walls in case I unleash a behemoth. Now I can. Carry emergency walls, that is, not unleash a behemoth. Alright. Stack of landfill. The raiders, grenades. We'll keep the craftable stuff on us to make power lines. I should have chests and chests of pipes, I do. Alright. So that is my military stash, I suppose. Should I also keep some ammo in there? For the gun turrets, I suppose I have it in my gun. I mostly need walls to protect myself. Gun turrets are secondary, they're mostly distraction either. So yeah, I have the flamethrower to protect myself. Alright. And then the not military stuff. Should I put it in there as well? Like some assemblers to have on me. The furnaces to smelt ore if I need to. The roboports. Lights. Why is this a blueprint? Solar panels for the raiders. Let's actually take some power lines this time. Even the inserters can go there. I won't need them unless I have a special occasion. And for the rest I'll just use it to stash belts or whatnot. Or coal and wood. I think that's the setup. Okay, we go for iron. For red chips, I suppose. We got the mining drills, we got the undergrounds. We kind of thinking should I use red belts, because pretty sure we're gonna go past the Johnnies up there. To preserve these green chunks, we will need to go in the same chunk as the power line and the oil. So I might want to combine my 2 belts of iron into just a single red belt for the occasion, or at least to cross the Johnny area. Let's bring a couple of those. We've got splitters. We'll just do it for the Johnny area. This is a yellow belt playthrough. Some more of these. I think that's about it. Don't really need to carry much more for this. We will just go up here and come back. There's nothing else we will be doing up here, I think. Let's check the... How is the oil doing? Down to 11k. Okay, it's going down steadily. We are using 31k a minute. There we go, that's oil consumption. We are producing 22k, so we're losing about 11k a minute at the moment. All of our sources are minimum production except these ones. This one is down to 53%, it will drop to 28%. Then we can change it out for a regular pump jack. We don't need the rare quality once the oil is depleted. This is down to 837. That is almost down completely. 837. It started at 3,300. It will go down to 661 or slightly above. 1/5 its starting yield with a minimum of 2 oil per second per spot. So a little bit higher if the starting yield of any individual spot was above 100 or was under 100%. Alright, I'll resave. Let's go out. Happy Queester. Buildings block pollution absorbing tiles? I don't think so. I think the tiles are different from buildings entirely. Doesn't sound logical. We can test it real quick just to be sure. Let's test if you never know, it might be that they do. Expansion chunk. Look at that, that's nice. Right, pollution values. We can see how much pollution the terrain absorbs, 1.11 a minute if there are no trees on the chunk. So let's just plop this full. I suppose I should use something bigger, like, I know, assemblers. Furnaces. And I suppose we'll pop belts on there. Alright, it is still 1.11, so yeah, looks like it's disconnected from what is on the tile. You never know, sometimes you think, of course it's disconnected from the what are you even thinking? And then you try it out and you're surprised that it actually is connected somehow, but it's not this time. Alright. Beautiful build there, Dosh jumping in at the right moment after one of my masterpieces. The scope of the playthrough just got extended with a nice Easter egg. The Easter egg being some of the prerequisites have been shuffled a bit. And with some I just specifically mean the prerequisite for thrusters is now... let's see it, where's Rocket Silo? Prerequisite for thruster is now atomic bomb. Which by itself will be costing 4 to 5 times the resources that I had planned to get off of the planet from scratch. So we are kind of in a new pickle. When did that happen? Didn't you get it? It's the Easter egg update from the Factorio devs. So hopefully it will go away again. No, I did it myself. Just went into the game files and kept hacking and slashing at the code until it did what I wanted it to do. This is what happens when I don't play Factorio for 2 weeks. Am I again going... I'm so fast with these exoskeletons, man. I'm used to having to walk for forever until I actually reach my destination. I'm no longer used to the speed. Starting to get old. Alright, we need to get here. Come back, Mr. Bot. Alright, we'll just fill this in. I suppose we should do it smart then. If we got a limited amount of miners, we'll just mine from the rich center of the patch. Call it a day. That is 20 mining drills for the 60, which should be able to supply the 2 belts I need. 82k. Yeah, like that's perfectly centralized, it looks like. All the edges have 82 to 85k. Okay, that's it then. Should save for editing mic. It's nice to have bots. Time for some stack size for the bots. It takes them way too long to put the modules in. And there goes my battery for the exoskeleton. Well, where's my power? Power is actually close by. So we need to go into the same chunk next to the Johnnies, unfortunately. So that's going to be an issue with 4 medium worms on the way. We did it before though. Shall we succeed again? There's more and more infrastructure there every time we go by. Let's look where the chunks are. So I can just go... I need to stay basically in this chunk. Or to the left side of it. Because this is already wasted. So I can go wherever basically. We can just go... Let's just go up through the oil field. 2 belts are gonna come out. Hit the wall, that's a bit annoying. Okay, I suppose we can go in here instead then. Just go straight. Do we go around? We can still go through the oil field and then just over the top. And then just zig in here. Okay, so we gotta end up somewhere over on that line. No more chopping. Triple toolbar. We will pretend that these mining drills are already in place. Now I gotta do my 3-to-2 splitter, which I suck at, so I just will do this. I suppose this one will just come this way. There we go. We can do this as well. That should be what we need. That is a horrible point to come out. Now we gotta get rid of that one. But not of that one. Let's do this thing again. I'm just gonna switch that on as well. This power is right here. I think it's 1 tile shorter than max range in this setup. Right? Yeah, it is. Alright. We are close to the max. Through the biter base is the best way, of course. Since that's where all the stuff is originating from. How am I gonna get through this though? Kinda like to just plop that onto one belt. Like so. My rope pods are off, so I can just try to simulate how that will look. Oh, we can even bridge the gap under the water, that's nice. Here we gotta do the trick. No gaps longer than 6. This is a gap longer than 6. Here we can just go through. Yeah, we can just go through, except for here we gotta get rid of one of these trees. Suppose let's get rid of that one. And then we can get through here. Okay, so I can just drag the belts through there. Apparently I switched on my roboport somehow. Okay, the ore is coming. Where are they? Oh, they're already there. Okay, I want to run. I think I gotta just put it on the bar for the occasion. I do have gun turrets to distract them. I will try to do it without, but I will make a save. Ooh, that kinda hurts. That bug should have been fixed by now. That is not connected. I forgot to delete the tree. And come in and I can snipe the tree. Alright. Okay, we got some damaged stuff right there. What's going on here now? Let's switch off the gaps. That's connected. Alright, we gotta just delete that tree. And put a belt there. I think then we have it. How's can my long range? Oh, my machine gun has so long range. That's great. Okay, I think we made it through. Is all your power solar yet? Yes, but no. Yes during the day, no during the night. We're a bit. Eventually I'll probably go accumulators. It's kinda required in different ways. I'll just fix this myself. I cannot. Okay, bots. The bots will have to do it for me. It was out of the range of the Johnnies, alright. Okay, success, I suppose. Let me just drag this red belt down here. It's a nice line. I am staying out of this chunk. I think, yeah, this chunk is a good one. So we should not go in this chunk, because this chunk will spoil this chunk if we place stuff. So, I suppose these have run out, so that makes it easy. What the heck? What is a kind of a horrible contraption is this again? We're just gonna plug that in there. And we're gonna plug this one in here. And that gets rid of all of this. I think we can just make this like one. No, wait. Wait. Then we can make this something normal. This is fine. We'll just reconfigure this part over here. Just a normal splitter. Let me copy one. Just a normal 4x4. Let's bring it somewhere over here. Alright, I also should bring in the new belt. This is like 3 belts worth of resources. This is I don't know how to do that. I suppose we can do something like this. Okay, that is gone as well. Okay, and then just hook the new belt in here. We can do this and just output priority fish. My favorite output priority. So nothing is sideloaded on the underground. And this actually should be everything we need. I think I'll just split it out again into 2 yellows here. And if I split it out, we don't need the splitter here. Beautiful. Just beautiful. That will definitely mess up my production though. Oh, wait, we actually can go on the proper line here now. Alright. All of this comes again. Connect this. Oh, I forgot this is supposed to be a triple thing. Fine. Now I'm out of mining drills though. Not completely, entirely. Oh, actually, red chip, it should not matter. It should not matter for the base. Blue signs should not suffer, because we have the red chip buffer chest system in place, which should be feeding out red chips, even if we are not producing any. But looks like the iron stoppage has not yet reached the base. That's iron. These are long belts, man. Look at this. Where's the break in iron? There's gonna be a giant break in iron somewhere. And there it is. Now all the iron ore is gone. This is empty. This is empty. Okay, there it's starting to be filled again. So it's a small gap. I think we will bridge that easily. Still at 1k SPM. So that's looking good. Probably the next one is going to be engines then. Thanks little Johnny QAQ for the Prime subscription. I need to hydrate. Did I forget to set up fish priority for the other splitter? No. This one you mean. It's too late now. Can I flip it? Yeah, okay, it's off of there. The power of remotely messing with stuff, man. It's too powerful. It is too powerful. Clearing splitters from afar. Literally unplayable. Thanks for your wonderful work. Basis money go brrr. Thanks, man. What's the Easter egg? We are never leaving this planet. That is a little bit summarized a little bit too well. I'm not saying it's wrong. Let's hide the old scars. Yeah, that's fine. Kinda feel like my copper should be going on this belt though. I got this copper belt coming in here. Okay, that thing is ready. Looks like I'm again getting sidetracked and doing not important stuff. What if this copper would go... maybe here or here? I just gotta side load it onto these belts. That's already max. It's gotta be on the left side, right? Yeah, it's gotta be on the left side. It's gonna cause a little bit of a gap in copper. I think it's fine. What's the verdict on this one? 29 rare ones, 900 uncommon ones. I made way too many uncommon ones. I definitely do not have enough rare ones. Just hoping to catch the research gap while getting rid of my extra copper. Alright. Modules. Alright, so I got way too many of these, but that's fine. I have not got enough of these. Not got a lot of those at all, actually. So before I use these labs, I do want to update the productivity modules to the uncommon ones for sure. And 112 of those should become the rare ones. So we have our fake 1k SPM, which is not quite working. 112, right? We calculated that. If it was 112, it would fake 1000 signs per minute. 116, alright, 116. I've got 35. So we need 81. 81 rare ones will have to make the hard way. $81 will have to make the hard way. 80 times 5 is 200. Like this, right? 405. That will make 81. Okay, that's expensive, but it will make the ones we need. In the meantime, we can update all the labs with these. Should I do it with bots or myself? I think I can do this faster myself, to be honest. Let's try it with bots. I don't have bots on me. If I miss some, we can fix it with bots. I do feel I'm missing some, for sure. Yeah, see, I missed one. We can see if we missed some by making a blueprint. And if there's 10 modules in there. Alright. That means the bots will have to help me out. Unfortunately, I'm not having them, but I still should see the missing ones, actually. Because the game will tell me. And there we go, it's already on the mouse over, it's visible. But it will even... it will blink at my face. It's not blinking at my face. But it does have the big red crosses in there. Looks like not big enough for me, because I missed at least 2 laps with those. 1 lap with those. Okay, I see it. Alright, there we go. Someone mentioned where a nest was killed by accident and preserve the hands clean achievement. Alright, that's interesting. I think it's not possible to test for nuclear reactor because I don't have the technology. And if I edit it in, the achievements will become invalid. So that is not going to help. Right, that's our original set of productivity modules. Probably will never use those again because quality exists now. Let's check if these are done. They are. We've got 116, so that's good. And maybe, just maybe, 116, 58 per line, ideally. 58 per line. I think we're just gonna copy this line over here. And just hard paste it on this one over here. That means for the 45-second technologies, we're going to be a little bit over 45, over 1000 signs per minute. But I suppose that's fine. snake of bolts coming in. Alright, so if I make a blueprint now, we should get 232 rare qualities in there, and the rest should be... Yeah, the rest is gonna be uncommon. And there's no way I'm going to have resources anytime soon to make all of this into rare ones. Going for 2k SPM doesn't seem likely. Here's the gap in the iron production. Doesn't seem likely. There's even more of these. Okay, what do we got left over? Okay, let's keep that in the trash slots though. I'm gonna pick up some quality stuff again. I want to know if I can already make some good modules with what I have. I mean, this is like 4k red chips. That's enough for 800 modules. That's actually not too bad. We might... How much do we have in here still? About 400 per chest. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We've got 1.6k green chips in there. .300 megawatts. .1533. What if I mean, the expensive part of these blue science assemblers are the modules inside. 246 pairs of modules is almost 500 uncommon modules. So I do not have the resources to upgrade another like 1000 labs to rare quality modules. But I might have the resources to make rare quality modules for blue science. But if I want to make rare quality modules for blue science, I probably would do well to also make rare quality assemblers for blue science. Since those are going to be much faster, 1.2 crafting speed instead of 0.75. Which means I need only 2/3 or so of them. I could actually save power while using less resources if I use rare quality assemblers with better productivity modules. I would use less resources because of the better productivity modules, and I would have like 100 or so less assemblers outputting 6 pollution a minute. That would save me 600 pollution a minute. That's actually pretty sizable, I think. 600 pollution a minute is not nothing. It's not everything. Less than 10% of the total, apparently. How is it going? Speaking of pollution, how is it going with this mine? Still okay. Okay, we need to do some mod in that case. Let's first collect. Let's first collect. Before we mod, we collect. I do not want to mess up my trash slots, I think. My repair packs should be there. Alright. Let's first go for steel. I think only steel over here. Only steel over here. An inventory full of steel, but mostly of course it's crappy quality steel. We'll go pick up the mining drills as well, with the little bit of inventory space we have left. How is this going? Alright. 18 only. Yeah, it's gonna... That's not great. Here, again, there's just the placeholder chips in there, so we'll just leave that. I've got an idea what I can use the tier 2 stuff for. So I got 2 ideas what I can use the tier 2 stuff for. Okay, let's grab the red chip stuff, I suppose. Let's first grab the bulk of it. Alright. Green chips. Okay, one of these is not full. Okay, we're gonna need some different organization here for sure. Maybe we'll just bring the good tier stuff up, like over here or something. Anyway, we only have 1 chest of those ever. Right, copper cables, we're gonna have a lot of those. Okay, that's all full. Alright, then we just need to pick up the red chips and we will have everything. Then we can decide, we can calculate what we need and how many rare quality resources that would cost us. Then we can decide if we want to go for that or not. Rare quality chips are over here. Okay, it's another inventories of Mark II and a 6-ish stacks of the rare ones. That's not too bad. 3.3k, 4.6k of these, and a whole bunch of these. A whole bunch of those. Chest organizer 6000. Alright, I think we're gonna need more room for copper cable pretty soon. Alright. Collected rare stuff. Now what to do with it. Alright, so I got a couple ideas about this. One of them is basically making a blueprint of my entire map, and hopefully that won't crash the game. It doesn't, alright. 103,000 belts, look at that. More belts than pipes. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. So we get rid of everything in the blueprint. Except for the modules and anything that carries modules. Steam engines, steel furnaces, radars, lights, belts, stone furnaces, boilers, splitters, radars, pumps, power lines. Alright. So this is all of our modules and all of our machinery. Now what I want to do is I want to get rid of everything that has 3 module slots. Because anything with 3 module slots has enough with Mark 1 efficiency modules and standard quality. But anything which has only 2 module slots could benefit from upgrading to these uncommon quality modules. Basically cutting their pollution and energy usage in half again. From minus 60% to minus 80%. Or basically from 40% pollution output to 20% pollution output, literally half. So we get rid of the mining drills. These have 2 module slots, labs, furnaces have 2 module slots, mining drills, pump jacks, chemical plants have 3 module slots, oil refineries have 3 module slots. Alright, that's everything. Okay, and now I know I have if I want, I can basically halve the energy consumption of 1,500 or so assemblers and furnaces combined. 3.3k modules could be upgraded to the uncommon one with effect. That is a lot of resources, but not stupidly a lot. Let's make the blueprint. And we'll request it into a requester chest. We don't have requester chests, but we can pretend we have them. And then we just... I need the blueprint in my inventory, I think. Add section, and there it is. 3,364 modules. Alright. How many do I have? None. I think that's a potential good cause. We are especially since we are pressing up against 360 megawatts, and it looks like I'm doing everything in my power to prevent having to place more solar panels. Plus we can get some free Mark III efficiency modules to use in space. So I suppose if I make like, let's say 3,600 attempts, we get some rare ones as well for usage in space later on or something. Maybe just 4,000, because we're gonna build more assemblers anyway. If I do 4,000, that's also easy for calculating. We're gonna need 20,000 of these things. Oh god, that's a lot of stuff though. What about 2 inventories full? Do I have that? I have that. That would basically mean all of my red chips except for this little bit. But then again, none of the other modules are that useful in tier 2. Efficiency modules in tier 2 are so useful because the minimum energy consumption of a machine is minus 80%. And with 2 of those... we're now at minus 60% with 2 of those Mark 1 efficiency modules. If we upgrade these to uncommon, we get to minus 78%, which is kinda almost exactly minus 80%, but not quite. In line with the rest of this playthrough, I think this would be a good investment. So that is definitely option 1, which we can do. To reduce some of the power consumption and pollution. I kind of wonder how big the effect will be. Second thing we can do is figure out how many assemblers would we need. Oh, that's going to be a little bit harder to figure out. How many assemblers would we need if we had 12% productivity bonus from rare quality modules, which have the same 5% speed penalty, so the assemblers would still run at 0.9 speed as they do now, except they won't, because we also will be having the rare quality assemblers. Oh god, this is gonna be a bit more difficult. Let's try something. I have a tab open, I suppose, with the calculator somewhere. Does this still work? Okay, it does still work. Alright. I'm not sure it's gonna work like that though. Let me open the an actual calculator. Alright, there we go. Okay, what do we need to calculate? First of all, at default we need 240 assemblers to make 900 science packs a minute. We need less. We have 10% productivity in there. So we need less ingredients. This is not correct though, because this is way too much speed penalty. So I don't think we can really use this calculator. We gotta go to this one. So we have 240 assemblers. But they are running at speed 0.9 because of the productivity module speed penalty. So if they weren't giving productivity bonus, okay, we got it divided by 0.9. If we did not have productivity bonus, we would need 267 assemblers. But they are giving us, they will be giving us 12% productivity bonus, which means we should get under 240 assemblers, right? I have to divide it by 1.12. So let's do that. Yeah, 238, that makes sense, because the speed penalty is 10% and the productivity bonus is 12%, which means this assembler is actually making more products a minute from less resources despite the speed penalty. Alright, so that's good. I think we're nearly there then. All we gotta do is now divide this by the speed multiplier of the rare quality assembler. And that should give us our number, right? 149. We need 149 rare assemblers with rare productivity modules to make 900 physical blue science packs a minute. I think that is correct. I hope that is correct. Right. Yeah, let me see the chat windows again. Maybe somebody else calculated this as well. Not yet, I think. It looks like you cannot post links. I can post it though, I hope. I reposted it. Demolishers are not nests though. Demolishers are just like mobile enemies. They don't count for the achievement. So demolishers can be destroyed at will for this challenge. It's not correct. The speed penalty is on the speed of the assembler after quality. Alright, but they multiply together, right? If I just do the same operations in a different order, it should be the same. I just multiply and divide. So applying a 10% speed penalty and then a 60% speed boost should have the same result as doing it the other way around. Yeah, small demolishers can also be killed with nuclear reactors, which we might unlock. Doing the challenge this way with the full Novi stack tree does kinda take away a bit from the challenge of the other planets, since we'll be going in with a full rack then. That's maybe a bit sad. Alright, 149 at minimum. Looks like we can do 150. I'm now worrying that my calculation is not correct. Do I need more? Okay, let's do this one more time just to be sure. Are we back here? Yeah, we're back. Well, let's do it a different way then. 240 assemblers. But we will be using rare assemblers, so that's 1.6, 60% less. That's 150. Okay, then we get back to 148, because now we input those 12% productivity modules at the cost of a 10% crafting speed. So no, it is correct. We'll be dropping under 150 assemblers. We'll be dividing by 1.12 and multiplying by 0.9, right? No, the other way around. I'm so good at this stuff. Divide by 0.9. But then divide by 1.12. Did I do that the wrong way? That does make a difference, right? If I... Yeah, okay. I probably did something wrong in that regard. It is different if I divide by 0.9 or if I multiply by 1.1. That is different. So 150 divided by 0.9, but then divided back by 1.1 does not get back to 150. But if 150 assembler is the non-speed penalty bonus we would need, and a rare quality productivity module assembler produces more than a unmoduled assembler, we should be dipping slightly under 150. I think I'm correct. I hope I'm correct. Let's just put it in practice and find out about it. Alright, so 150. That means... There's my mouse. I'm here. I gotta get my bolts at least. We are just gonna be deconstructing stuff, I suppose. And let's grab the chests. I don't think I need anything really. We might need to reconfigure some belts or whatever. So let's bring some of that. Wait. We're not doing it yet. We're just theorizing about it. So, we first want to know how much resources that costs us. 150 rare quality assemblers. Right. So a Mark 1 assembler and a Mark 3 assembler, Mark 2 assembler have the same recipe basically, except we change out 9 iron plates for 2 steel plates. So we need 150 of those, and then another 150 sets of ingredients to make those into these, the ones into the twos. So 150 assemblers. 6 circuits, 10 gears. 150 assemblers. Let's start at the beginning. 100 assemblers is 900 plates. So it's 1350 for that. 150 assemblers times 5 gears, 450, but we also need that for the next assembler. 150 assemblers times 3 circuits is 450. It's also 900. Okay, something is off. That is not correct. I think the circuits are correct. The gears are not correct. 5 gears per assembler for 5900. Okay, the gears are correct. I'm overdoing circuits, but I suppose that's fine. Something is off. This is 100 assemblers. We need 150, so that's 1350 of those, 1500 of those. Yeah, okay, 150 assemblers take 1500 gears, alright, that makes sense. And then it's just 300 steel, which we also have. So it's not too bad in terms of resource requirements, we still have plenty of stuff left over. So I think that's definitely worth it. What about the modules though? We need 300 good quality productivity modules. That's a bit more Uchi. That is 1500 of these things. Which is about half of what I have right now. Ooh. Why not try to make the assemblers with uncommon ingredients first? Because I don't need uncommon assemblers for anything. So I might as well go straight for the rare ones. I have another thing which I could use this on. Like maybe bots. We could use uncommon bots and then use the rare ones for ourselves or for specific purposes or something like that. We could use uncommon turrets and then, I don't know, use the rare ones for space, something like that. I think this is just a make it directly from rare quality kind of ordeal. Especially since we want to use, like this is a good use case, all of our tier 2 stuff goes into Mark II efficiency modules, which is pretty good use case, I suppose. Okay, so we can do both of these things actually. We can basically make this over here, because this anyway doesn't take... this does not take productivity or quality. We can just directly make... Can I please select something? We can directly make those, and then we can directly make those. And we can bring the chips. And we can also directly make those from those circuits over here. And we can bring all of these chips to over here. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Uncommon F mods for everything. And rare quali blue sea upgrade. I think we're gonna go that way. We're gonna go both ways. Right. I hope there's nothing in there. Eee, there's nothing in there, alright. So, we're gonna be making... Let me just copy this. These. We are gonna roll for better. Not because we need them here on Novice, but we need them on the spaceship, potentially. With helmet I get 144 assemblers. Alright, so I'm highballing the number then. I am mistaken. If you have 10% productivity, you're going from 110. 110. Did I do that wrong? The order of operations does matter because quality affects the base machine speed rather than just being a percentage increase. Alright, in that case I'll have to excel my way out of that, but if I'm highballing, that's not gonna be too hard. I'm just gonna upgrade these and then delete this, except I'll leave all the power lines in place, I suppose, and all the belts. I'm not gonna clean that up just yet. Right. Too many buttons on the mouse. Okay, now we get to do that one more time with the red chips. We'll set this into motion and then we can think about it a bit more. I might be doing it wrong. Right, 6 stacks of chips per assembler to burn through. It's gonna take a while. Fortunately, these are rare quality already. I want something which can accept productivity. I want to see this. Okay, crafting speed 1.2. If we diminish it by 10%, it should become 1.08 minus 0.12. Alright, it does. And if we have 0.75, I still don't think the order matters. A normal crafting machine, 0.75. If we first give that the speed penalty, 0.675. Is that correct? Let me just check myself real quick. Yeah, 0.675 is the speed of the current assemblers, which have 10% speed penalty. If I multiply this by 1.6, we get also to 1.08, so that doesn't matter. I might be doing the productivity bonus wrong. Like, I might be doing it in the way where you do this and then divided by 1.12 instead of taking this as a base and then dividing it by 1.12. That is the number I just saw in chat, I think. Alright, so let's do it again. 240 blue science assemblers. We know now that it doesn't matter if I first divide it by 1.6. We upgrade them to rare quality assemblers. So instead of needing 240, I need 150. Because 150 assemblers with crafting speed 1.6 times higher than the normal quality ones is the same as 240. So that is definitely correct. Nothing wrong here. Alright, so do we need... So those 150 assemblers, if I put productivity in them, they give me 12% more resources. right? But I'm looking at the assemblers I need, so I will be needing less stuff. I got 12% for free. Can I divide this by 1.12? Let's say they give me 100% productivity bonus. Could I just divide it by 2? I can. Because if I have half the machines which give me 100% productivity bonus, that amounts back to 150 machines without productivity bonus. So this is 100% productivity bonus. It gives the correct answer. If they give me 200% productivity bonus, it will be divided by 3. It gives me the correct answer. So I suppose that means if I got 12% productivity bonus, that will give me the correct answer. But then we have to account for the speed penalty. So all of these are running at 0.9 times speed. If they were running at only 10% speed, I would have to divide it by 0.1. It should give me 1339, which it does. So if they are running at 90% speed, I can divide it by 0.9, which gives me 148.8. I don't know, I don't see anything wrong with this. No matter what it is, if it's 149 or 144, if I build 150, I will have enough. So I think we're gonna just go for that. Let me check in chat if my flawed logic has some more flaws. Calculator live on Twitch, yeah. I think we're good though. I think we're good. Right. Didn't I say I was first gonna start this process, the efficiency module process? I think I did say that. I didn't start it though. I got sidetracked just before that. There we go. I like to do the blinky stuff. Let's see, give me a rare one off the bat. Why was that guy faster though? Weird. Something is off. Let me just reload that. Not for the results, of course. Ah wait, there's no quality in there, alright. I see. That's why this machine was faster, alright. Something was off. Now we got it. Bling 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 bling. There we go. Let's check if I get a rare one on the first result. Completely 100% legitimately, of course. Speed it up a bit. I should get 8 simultaneously. Still no rare result. Alright, let's not look at it. You only get rare results when you're not looking at it. That's my theory. Alright. Then we just got to, I suppose we transform those into these. Let's use 15 assemblers, I suppose. Since it's 15 half stacks, I'm not gonna quarter stack this, I don't think. Might regret that. Ouch, this is expensive, man. Oh, that feels expensive. That was half my good quality red chips, which we've built up over hours and hours and hours and hours. Ouchie ouchie. Hey, at least we're spending the resources. which is a good thing. It was always my big downfall in RTS games. In RTS games you are supposed to spend your resources as they are coming in, but I always hoarded resources because I didn't know what to spend them on, and of course you get stomped. It's like I'm at least learning some part of this. Yeah, this is gonna suck no matter how I do it. Doesn't matter as long as I convert it into assemblers. It's gonna be quite fast. Yes, that is my 150 assemblers. At least that part is right. That means this should be easier. Right? I cannot overspend because I only have 150 rare assemblers. So I might as well make it easy on myself and just do this and this. And just throw everything in there. And we'll just grab back the rest once it's done. 150 rare assemblers. Alright. This quality stuff is right up my alley, man. The resources are so rare, pun not intended, that you kinda are forced into this handcrafting cycle to not overspend resources into other stuff. Or at least that's what I like to tell myself. It is gonna run for a while longer. We're gonna grab my bots. I think we are ready to go upgrade the assemblers at least. We should be pretty stable on power consumption. 350-ish megawatts. So we should be able to see the effect pretty soon. And that's gonna be fun. We need an upgrade planner. Upgrade the normal ones to quality. I'm just gonna put them at the back. Is exactly not quite fitting in my roboport range. Or is it? Maybe it is. I don't have 150 bots though. Oh, I am completely not in range. Okay, these have to be upgraded though. Can I zoom in a bit? Rare quality assemblers. We're doing something with our resources. Yeah, it's the same with potions, right? Especially if you play through a game the first time, you don't know if you need it for later, so you just end up saving everything and never using it. That's what always happens. Alright, so now technically these assemblers already should be able to do the job. Not quite though, because they don't have enough productivity bonus to actually fit these science. So these only have 10% productivity bonus instead of 12. Still, we're gonna make a deconstruction planner for all inserters here. And we're just gonna grab all the inserters. in this area. This is all which will become obsolete. Guess the username of the day. Did you alter asteroid density? What a weird question to ask at this stage of the game. But no, we didn't. Everything is default. But that's a very specific question for our very specific stage of the game. I suppose we'll just let this craft out and then just collect the science packs as much as possible. We can throw these in here, I suppose. I like E, says E. My God, you're German. 9. I'm from a neighboring country though, so it's not too far away. Alright, I should have quarter stacked my modules, or are they done? They're done. Alright, so we can upgrade those as well. Man, that's so expensive, all this stuff. Let's go. And we're gonna get back a whole bunch of these. Oh, I should have thought about that. I would have needed to make a whole lot less modules for the labs. Since I don't quite have the resources to make rare quality modules for the labs. Now we're gonna so very specific upgrade the uncommon Mark 1 productivity module to the rare Mark 1 productivity module. Well, the game definitely has become a bit more finicky with quality. No matter if you like it or not, there is no denying that it is more finicky now. It's not working because I probably did something wrong. Right. Finicky, like I said. Only in the quality ones though. When episode 5? Next Friday. Let's brute force it. Alright. Challenge accepted. Start brute forcing. Okay, Ruud has the right idea. And he knows it's the right idea because I pronounced Ruud like Ruud instead of Ruud. And that's not too bad. Now we just need to deconstruct all the assemblers, all the Mark 1 assemblers basically. Without the quality. So these will not be affected, but these will be. I could do my bots a favor. And at least grab the science packs. That's mostly doing myself a favor, to be honest. Or I will be standing there waiting for forever for the bots. Alright. Science is not interrupted. Yet. At least. Okay, 96 assemblers saved. That is 600 pollution down the drain. There's my bots. Yeah, that was something different. I should have grabbed this one, I suppose. There's still gonna be some science ingredients in there, but we'll dump those as well. Alright, so now we're gonna have this weird empty area which still has the power lines. Suppose we'll keep this until we actually need the space. The bots have eaten up my battery for the exoskeletons. Alright, so now we should be doing less than 350 megawatts, I suppose. There we go. 325. And pollution will have dropped, especially from the assemblers. There's the assembler line. I mean, 2.8k to 2.3k. But still. Something. Small steps. Everything goes in steps. So now we got better productivity out of these things. Out of blue signs with less resource requirements. So actually it's gonna also draw less iron from the miners or whatnot. Or at least it's gonna consume less. Maybe it just means more red chips are gonna go in these chests and more steel is gonna go over here for space platforms later on. And so now I'm wondering, can we not just simply do this for the entirety of science? Let's check the pollution cloud a bit, especially this part over here. It's still okay. Still okay. Yeah, we're nowhere really into danger. How is our new copper mine doing? Is it moving? Yeah, ever so slightly. Yeah, it's just the last little bits for the 1k SPM which we were missing. So this all will be moving. Oh, I suppose that doesn't look like I did the right input priority. Yeah, we should have the input priorities on the existing one, I feel. Alright. Are we still producing 900 signs a minute? It does look like so. We're producing and consuming signs a minute. Yeah, we got some weird bump in there now. Okay, so we got like 1.2 assembler too many, so we're going to be producing a bit more, which is fine, until it backs up again. But it looks like we are good. Let me take another look at this. Not really, we need a large time span to really see this with a flat line. Yeah, it's all over the place, so we need to wait. I don't know what to do with these. If I put them into the assemblers, that's gonna affect my signs a minute. I'm gonna hold on to those for now. Right, how is the engines doing? Are the engines backed up still? Yeah, it does look like everything is backed up. So what if I do this for everything? mean, we cut blue signs assemblers by a fifth. I can cut these by a fifth as well. There goes the need for my efficiency modules if I make this into productivity. I mean, these assemblers are now doing 6 pollution a minute, which is the same as they were doing. But I just saved 100 assemblers worth of pollution, which I did have the space for. What if I can cut these 216 engine assemblers as well? I can cut those by even more because these were overbuilt to allow for quality engine production, which we kinda gave up on after producing 1,000 rare quality engines or so. We can make this into quality with quality modules and use only like 3 or 4 of these assemblers, requiring less iron to make gears. These things these things process 3 iron per second, which is quite a lot. So adding quality to those would add... if a machine consumes more resources per second, adding productivity modules makes more sense. So it really would make more sense to put it in here instead of in engines, probably. Because engines... Well, engines cost 9 iron, it also takes like 10 seconds to craft one. And the crafting speed is 0.75. We can calculate it. 0.07 iron, that's 0.35, 0.49. This machine only processes 2/3 of an iron per second. So that is like 4 times less as an iron gear assembler. So it would make more sense to productivity module these in terms of, since this is like a limited commodity, it would save more resources per productivity module to put them into something that consumes a lot of resources per second. Because engines, I think we need technically only 200 engine assemblers or something like that. Yeah, 200 engine assemblers. Let's quickly do the same math to see how many engine assemblers we can save. Are we here? We are here. So engines normally need, you would need 200 assemblers. I'm actually doing this wrong already, because we've got 12% productivity on blue signs. We can simulate that with these Mark II productivity modules from the old Factorio calculator. So actually we need only 804 engines a minute instead of 900 engines a minute. So we need way less assemblers even. We could pretend we would need 180 engine assemblers and just go with that figure. So I suppose we do the same sequence as, do the same sequence as before. 180 assemblers, but they're gonna be 60% faster. So we actually need only 112 engine assemblers. We're gonna get 12% productivity, but they're gonna run at speed 0.9. So we come on 111. Again, I might be doing it the wrong way, but it's definitely less than 112 and a half. So if we go back to the game, that is like half of my engine assemblers really. I guess the nearest line is 114. So that would be here. We could upgrade these and deconstruct these if we don't go the quality route anymore. Alright, so that's 114 for engines. Let's just see how much it would be in total. Then we need these. Let me check in the calculator real quick. I'll take you there as well. Oop. Right, 180 engine assemblers. And that is what we our base number. So we need 810 gears a minute. I should set it to per second perhaps. Then I can use the mouse overs. Okay, we've got 3 digits of precision, so that's exactly 13.5. Alright. That's 9 assemblers. So if we need 9 assemblers, again the same sum, divided by 1.6, that's only 6 assemblers. And those are going to be slightly, that again divided by 0.9. Wait. Yeah, divide by 0.9 and divide by 1.12 should be slightly less than 5.6. Yeah, 5. Okay, so 6 assemblers. So 114 plus 6. We can put productivity modules in here as well then, saving a lot of iron. We do need a lot of these inserters then somehow, but we'll figure that out. Pipes. Okay, pipes do not take productivity modules, so no real reason to upgrade these assemblers, because these are already pretty efficient. So we'll leave that be. It's only the places where we can save resources. That does it for blue signs, I suppose, because red chips I want to keep as is. Because I want the quality chips out of there. So we're not gonna mess with that. No productivity, we want the quality chips to make all the modules later on and whatnot. So I'm just gonna keep that way. What else could we do? We have, suppose these ones, these now have quality, these could have productivity as well. I think the same thing goes for here. We don't have productivity on red and green signs itself though. I think we're not going to. Those really processes not a lot of resources per assembler. That's a lot of pollution per assembler for the amount of resources they process. Like red signs is less than half a resource a second. 0.45 resource a second is processed. Green signs I suppose is a bit more. Maybe green signs would make sense, but I don't think I quite have the pollution space to productivity module everything. It definitely makes a lot more sense to productivity module these though. Now we need 5 assemblers. We need exactly 5 Mark 1s if there are no modules inside. 5 divided by 1.6, is it not exactly 3? No, it's not exactly 3. We would need 4, I suppose. I think we have found a use for the uncommon ones. Divide 5 by 1.3. 3.84. Okay, yeah, we can use 8 uncommon ones for... plus 8 uncommon ones for... plus 8 uncommon ones for iron gears here. But this is different. It's the same belt of gears that we are producing at engines, very funnily enough. But because we actually need only 0.9 belts of gears for engines because of the productivity bonus in engines, while we need a full belt of gears for red signs. We need more gear assembler power for red signs. So we cannot get a full belt of gears with 6 assemblers. We will need a little bit more than 6, but a lot less than 8. Looks like we can do it with 8 uncommons instead of a little bit more than 6 rare ones. Right? I suppose then... this is all very calibrated. With inserter speed and whatnot. Don't think I can do much about this. So I suppose I'm not gonna this is too complicated. I'm not gonna rebuild it. I might just stuff the productivity modules in there without rebuilding the assemblers and doing the inserter stuff again and just eat the losses. We've got 88 assemblers here, but not all of them accept productivity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Alright, there's that achievement again. 12, 20, 32, so 64. There's another 64 for green signs. But that's just... okay, this is getting complicated. That is the modules. I should do that separately. 64 for green signs. That's gonna be rare quality modules. Plus 8 for red signs. 16 for red signs. Because we've got the 8 uncommon assemblers there. And then we've got another 120 assemblers. So that's another 240 for, I suppose for engines we can call it. In terms of modules, that's actually affordable, I think. That doesn't look too bad. Where is it? The engines. There we go. So that's 320 in total. And this is 120 plus 8 uncommons. We just did 150 with 300 modules, so if we have the resources to do that again. We will be spending all what we have though. Am I fine with that? I think I am. Although power armor is not too far off, we gotta make sure to have enough resources left over to make some rare quality stuff for that as well. I think we can do that. 120 assemblers, 320 more of these, and 8 uncommons. I think we're gonna do that. Heck, let's upgrade everything science related. Alright, I'm gonna get the chat windows back now because I only have 2 screens. I do interactive chat, but sometimes I'm off on a tangent and I need 2 screens to do stuff, and chat is on the second screen, but sometimes I have the calculator on there. Am I back on the right screen? I am back on the right screen though. So yeah, I get the point. If you use productivity on an engine which costs 9 iron, that is more, of course, it costs more iron than 1 gear, which costs only 2 iron. But you gotta take the assembler speed into account to determine the value per module used. which is normally not something you need to think about because the Factorio 1.1 modules were super cheap, just green and red chips. You could make them at will, but we cannot make the rare quality modules at will. So we kind of gotta think a bit about what should be prioritized and what not. Oh, I could have saved so many for the labs. We should have. Yeah, okay. Do we have a 10-minute graph? Okay, we are slightly over 900 SPM, so that's good. That's because it's not backed up yet. We are very slowly backing up these belts now. Okay, I'm gonna call that good. I'm just gonna stuff those at the end of the row to be fat out, I suppose. Alright, that's gonna mess up SPM a little bit, but now we know it's doing more than 900, so that's fine. No worries, this that applies to a normal run, maybe even harder than to this, because if really at 1000 times science cost, it's a lot easier to get many rare quality resources compared to your tech level, since we basically have our quality modules in the mining drills. And we need 1000 times the resources to do science, so that's gonna give us 1000 times the the rare quality resources, I suppose. Let me stow away. We're gonna need some reorganization for all this stuff as well. Alright, so we're gonna do it again, I suppose. This time we have the numbers on screen. 120 rare assemblers. Do I have some rare ones in here? I suppose I have these. We have our 8 uncommon ones. So those should become uncommon. And we should upgrade the modules to productivity then, in order to reduce resource usage. I think we're also almost done with the mining drill stuff. Or are we? I think we'll just make the rest from rare resources. We've got plenty of iron, plenty of gears. We don't have plenty of circuits, but we can make many more if we really want to. We can even try to turning all of this stuff with some Mark II iron into mostly these, but some of these as well. I think we can just make the rare mining drills we need, and we can just get rid of this this thing, start stashing the plates. Only thing we really need to do is still military science. I do not want to keep producing these drills though. Once this is full, it's full. Then we'll destroy it. Right. So I don't need these. We need these though. I need 3 less of them. So 117. 120 would require 600 gears, I suppose. That is missing 3, so I think that is fine. Rare quality assembler. We've got 6 stacks of gears. Then we'll just add iron and circuits. And hope that it will end up correctly. Editing Mike is gonna catch up though. We're gonna skip over a whole lot of things. The beginning episodes are slow because I got to explain all the strategies. We need more iron. That was a mistake. This is my benchmark. Just gotta keep inserting more iron. Okay, I don't know how I did it, but I got 120. That was really much weirder than it needed to be. Now we gotta make those into these. $120. We cannot overspend, so I'm not gonna bother to try and be careful. We cannot overspend because the limiting factor is gonna be these assemblers which we put in here. Right. Semi-interruption there. Do we have 120 of these? We do. Alright, that's good. At least something went right. Doing the right thing while being distracted. Not something which I expected to achieve, but here we are. Okay, there's a debate going on. Which one planet first? 400 hours. There's gonna be plenty of time to debate about that, that's true. Alright, we got the assemblers. That was the easy part. Now we need the... now we need the modules. How many modules? 320. That's 1800 resources, right? Whew. Whew. That is not a lot of red chips left over. I think we got some more in here now. Or... yeah, okay, so we will be able to make like blue chips for the power armor. We're gonna spend them though, we're gonna spend it. I don't even have enough green chips. Holy moly. Those went into the assemblers, I suppose. So we're gonna have to scrounge around into these chests a little bit. And hope we get lucky. And if not, we'll have to make them. Oh, there's not a lot yet. Looks like we're making some. No. 9 stacks, we've got them. Alright. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Let me grab my assemblers. Editing mic. I mean, the route we have in mind, it really doesn't matter too much what planet we go to first anymore. As long as it's not Gleba. Yeah, that's gonna run a while, so I suppose we can start by doing the upgrade route. We are gonna need some we're gonna need some better We're gonna need some better inserters as well, I think, because those super fast quality. Let's start with red sign. That was easy. The faster quality stuff is gonna demand resources faster, and our inserters are not quite faster, so we might need some good inserters to go along with the good assemblers. Alright, so that's the end of our massive gear collection era. We're no longer gonna be leeching gears off of this build, relying on our home old steel furnace build to produce more iron to fill in the gaps of which are created by those gears. So now every now and then these inserters put some gears on the belt because we are getting those quality ones. No longer. Okay, let's see. What can these things do? These eat up 3.5 iron a second. Spit out 1.75 gears. 3.5, 7.0. Okay, something is off. Ah wait, this is because quality. Right, so if we go productivity on those, we should have some modules ready, I suppose. If we go productivity, those numbers will change. Now they produce 1.96 gears a second from 3.5 iron, instead of only 1.75. So that's almost 2, so 4 of these will produce almost 8, which is more than 7.5, which is the belt size. So this should produce a full belt of gears. Like so. And then we only have 2 inserters on here though, so that's not enough. So these inserters need to give 1.75 iron a second each, which means they almost need to be fast inserters. So 360 degrees, I'll just pop it in the calculator myself. 360 degrees times 1.75. They need to swing 630 degrees a second. Can they? They can. Rare quality does 691 degrees a second. So I suppose for making those, we need rare quality, 16 rare quality of those. What about the outsertion? 2 a second need to be outserted. Which means uncommon ones for the exit. And we can basically compress this. So there's a problem where it is hard to compress a belt with yellow inserters outputting directly on a belt. You can negate that by side loading, as we have been doing here. Like just having some extra outputs to make sure if these swing like too slowly and the gap in the belt passes, it's side loaded, the belt is compressed anyway. We can also simply do that by doing this at the end. That is enough to make sure that that is compressed. There's always space for these and these last 4 inserters to output if we just speed up the belt beyond that a little bit. Okay, so 16 uncommons of these and 16 rare of these. We got 6. Let's first do this. And then we need 10 more rare ones. I suppose we need these. Okay, do I really need to be this precise with this one? I'm not sure, probably not. But we do need to upgrade those with 10 gears and 10... Alright. Of course I grabbed that from a random chest because I always do that. Oh, I didn't. Okay, that's a welcome deviation from my usual practices. Yeah, we're going quantity over quality. We're doing quite a bit with quality this stream. I did not really predict that we were gonna do that, but we're doing more quality than quantity. The quantity part is gonna come from we suddenly need a lot more quantity to unlock space platform thrusters. We need like all kinds of purple technologies, yellow technologies, and the atomic bomb on it all is atomic bomb to finish it all off. This technology by itself is about 4 to 5 times the resources we were projected to need before all of this was prerequisite. So to get off of the planet from the start of the game was only like 20 to 25% of the resources of this technology. This technology is 4 to 5 times as expensive as the entire Get Off the Planet program we have been working towards. So that's the kind of the quantity part. Looks like we're still doing quality though, because, well, look at me, I'm upgrading quality stuff. Alright, so then we just simply flip this belt, I suppose. Grab all of this. This all has like quality gears. Alright, and now this should compress the belts at all times with the red belt stuff. Even if this guy misses, the red belt will just compress against the back of the yellow belt here. It's gonna be completely reliable. You can kind of see it happening before this already as well. We just shove to the back at higher speed. I think we're gonna be good with that. And if this fails like 1 in 10,000 times, we still got these 8 inserters here. But that should stop the smelting of plates over here once this fills up. This is now filling up. So we're no longer using that. Right. Power about the same. How is this mine doing? He's looking not super scary yet. I want to mark that base out though. In which chunk are the guys sitting? They are sitting over here and over here. Nobody is sitting in this chunk. How about these guys? Sitting over here, that one nest. This one, and over here. Right, so that is basically the front line of pollution where we need to worry about for this part of the quality mining drill cloud. We're going to be using more and more of this as the other mining drills run out. Alright. That means we can grab back these. Grab the iron. Okay. I suppose what we then should do is, for the final time, we will be bringing these gears over to the mining drill plant, because we're no longer producing these now. Do you have rare quality boilers? No, I don't. I have rare quality steam engines though. That's just a space constraint. I have a weird setup. So I'm basically buffering the steam. I'm only using it at night. I have solar power during the day. So I have like... these are like constantly out of fuel, but that's fine. We got 1 belt of fuel incoming, which is enough. Normally that would be enough for only like 1 belt of fuel normally is enough for, what is it again? 1 red belt, it's like 60 megawatts or something. I forgot the exact number. think it's 120 megawatts. We can do 120 megawatts on average, but because we are having solar panel during the most of the day, we fill up the steam tank during the day and then just burst the power at night. It's a myth that better quality boilers reduce pollution. It's not in here. It's not in the direct mouse over stats, because pollution is a function of it's not a function of like a direct stat. It just goes, it's attached to the consumption of water and I guess converting it into steam. The pollution goes up with that. It's just not marked in there. So quality boilers is not a quick shortcut to reduce. Where the heck am I going with my gears again? It's not a quick shortcut to reduce pollution, unfortunately. Okay, that is probably just gonna... Oh, we can do that. Let's bring these, I suppose. Once that one fills up, it's over. Alright. I think we are going to be fine making everything from scratch. We are going to gather a lot of iron and copper as base materials. So don't think we really need to worry about anything. What time is it now? Yeah, can I see it somewhere? 5 o'clock already. Time goes so fast when you're something. Alright then. Suppose we'll just continue the program. That is all of our modules. We're gonna need some more faster inserters as well, but we'll tailor make those. First though, I gotta take a quick break, man. A sanitary pit stop. So I'll be back in a second or two. 100. All right. I suppose I don't want to reload, since any progress through technology is going to be good progress now. Are you not burning solid fuel? It's like 20% less pollution even with basic processing. Oh, that might actually be true. I haven't been doing that because I'm lazy, I guess. We have been spending more oil than we are taking in though for quite a while. We're trying to get the next sources to minimum. This is going to go down to 28. It's at 41. 41%. How is this guy going? 755. If this doesn't change by the time we look again, we know it has reached minimum. You can also see it in the fluid floating. We are getting there though. A lot of them have reached minimum already. It's tapering out. It's starting to flatline, and once it flatlines, we will just move the rare quality drills to the next source, and the infinite oil production is just going to go up and up and up. Eventually the infinite oil production hopefully is going to be higher than 31k a minute, which is what we need for blue signs. Though then again, if we're going to need to yellow and purple signs, that is going to go to whole new kinds of weird heights, so let's not think about that. Productivity, rare refineries. I think I'm just going to keep it on coal. I think we're going to either go nuclear or we'll give in and go accumulators. I suppose we'll give in and go accumulators because we'll need accumulators anyway for getting through the game, I think. Alright then, what were we doing? We were doing the rare quality dance. Let's just go. I think there's only... Well, we've got green signs. We are just gonna upgrade. I think the bots can do that for us. We're gonna upgrade the modules in here. We're not gonna do anything special because this thing was... It's too complicated. There is not enough space to redesign and etc. We're just gonna throw the modules in here. Rare quality. From efficiency. And yeah, it should selectively skip the machines that do not accept productivity. So the nice thing about these rare quality Mark 1 productivity modules is the productivity bonus is higher than the speed penalty, so you don't need to compensate for number of machinery, of number of machines, because it will, despite the speed penalty, it will slightly outproduce an unmoduled assembler. That's quite funny, isn't it? You can actually see that. It takes 3 iron a second, and it produces 1.5 iron, 1.5 gear a second without modules. This thing eats up only 2.69 iron a second, but produces 1.51 gear a second. Huh, nice. It is a double the pollution cost for a minor like 10 or 11% resource savings, but oh well. Maybe we should calculate the number of machines needed. We'll just leave it. Let's just not bother. If we really need those modules later, we will grab them. Am I dreaming? Well, I haven't even set up batteries just yet, so it's not going to be anytime soon, don't worry. Alright, we only needed 6 over here, but that is going to require 5 iron a second almost, 4.8. Yeah, it's gonna be impossible with only 3 of these, I think. But we technically... That messes up the entire network. Alright, it messes up the entire network, so I'm gonna manually do it anyway. That one can stay. That was never a connection. Stop it already. Okay, so what if I have more of these here? That's only the first 3. They need 4.8 iron a second. With 3 inserters is going to be 1.6 per inserter. Can I even do that? 1.6. That means we need a rotation speed of 360 degrees a second times 1.6 is 576. I think we should be able to get that. Yeah, so we also need rare ones for that. I suppose we could get away with 2 uncommons and 1 rare per assembler. Should we go that hard? We could do that. That's 12 uncommons and 6 rares. Okay, 12 uncommons and 6 rares. I suppose we'll go do that. How about for the output though? Can we output 1.2? I think we also need rare outputters, so let's just go rare. 18. Sorry, just these. 18 rare red ones and 12 rare yellow ones. Alright. Let's go. We'll make those real quick. Okay, alt tabbing towards chat windows doesn't really work while walking, apparently. How far away is Silo Research? Extremely far. Extremely far. Thanks to our new Easter egg. Have you accounted for the productivity module? Actually, no. Actually, no. They will need less. You are correct. We can just do it here. I have a rare thing. It does gears. I did not account for productivity modules. So we don't need 4.8. It doesn't output 2.4. That's not enough either. No, wait. It is enough. It is enough. We need to eat up 4.31. So 4.32 divided by 3 inserters, 1.44 per second per inserter times 360 degrees. We need 518 degrees on those things. Okay, so 3 uncommons will do. Okay, we can go full uncommon then. We will output 2.4 a second, so that is 1.2 times 360, 432 degrees a second. That happens to be exactly what a normal long-handed does. How about this one though? We're still gonna need rare ones. Right, we can do with uncommons of those though. 18 uncommons and 12 rares of those. We have those. The 18 uncommons. So we only need to make 12 rare inserters. We have 7. So we only need to make 5 rare inserters. That's the last of what we need to change, I think. This is pretty cheap. Although, I only have 120 rare chips remaining, so it's not that cheap. Alright, here we go. That is all. Module. Did I leave the modules in there? I probably did. Yeah. We need both of those things. Because we're about to upgrade the engine area as well, and that completes... I think that completes everything for science as then productivity modules, except for the red and green science assemblers, which I'm not gonna do. Maybe I should. But I do not want to rebuild the entire thing. I feel like I should rebuild it if I upgrade it. Yeah. Alright. We'll first do the gears again. Now I suppose we'll manually upgrade these. We can again use the red belt trick to try to get the compression. We still have these guys actually as well. We can keep those, I suppose. I don't think they'll ever be doing something anymore, but that's fine. We don't need a full belt of gears here because the engines also will have productivity, so yeah, there's no risk here. I think we can just leave it like it was. Okay, so these are now eating up everything, so we just flip around this belt and this one. That is how far it needs to go. Grab everything from there. Alright, and maybe, just maybe, that'll fix our plate problem right here, that we don't have enough resources coming in. Because we need less now. Suppose I could throw like a 4x4 splitter into there. To redirect the resources to the correct area, though I suppose... Is there a splitter in here somewhere? There isn't. I guess the splitter is at the very source, where the ore is. Alright, so we can compress that quite quickly. If I just plop a splitter in there. And that should then back up quite quickly, I feel. Have you considered blue inserters? That's too easy. That's too easy. Alright, so we don't need to upgrade this because this cannot accept productivity modules. But we do want to upgrade these to the quality uncommon modules, which should hopefully be ready by now. Wait. First, of course, engines. We need to do the entire upgrade dance over here again. Let's first upgrade the assemblers. I got 114 assemblers left. That is the amount we needed for here. And we might as well upgrade the modules as well. How much? 114. Do I have 128 modules? I have way more. What? 228, right? I have way more. Wait, what? I forgot to upgrade the southern half of green signs. Alright, let's go do that first. Super speed. Get on the belt. Super speed. We do actually not want to upgrade this assembler. Just the modules. And then I should have left... Not enough. Where did I go then? $128 in there. I didn't count 128 for those, did I? I counted 64 for those. I'm missing 64 modules then. Or am I? Because I still... I lost count. I lost track. $16 are in here, alright. This is annoying. It's almost correct though. 114, we should have 228. So I need to make 24 more. I can just quickly make 24 more. To give editing Mike the shiny picture. That's gonna be annoying for you. You know what that means. Hand feeding Hendrix will be added again. Really? Fits. I'm gonna need to... I'm so poor. I need to grab everything. We need to grab it all. 1 second. What time is now? Okay, it's at this time. We will do the upgrades, and then I have to bring it to an end. Give me my 24 modules, man. Okay, we got plenty of those level 2s again. Alright, can I make 24 modules? I can. Just barely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I got less than a stack left of green chips and slightly more than a stack of red chips. Okay. Alright, that's all of them. There we go. Hopefully I calculated it correctly this time. Oh, you don't have enough for the power armor. Such is life. It is 30 seconds from completing. Thanks for the reminder. Life sucks. How much longer till Vulcanus? Very, very long. Very, very, very long. Alright, engines. Let's get this done. 114 assemblers, 228 modules. We should be good to go with a simultaneous upgrade if that works. Let's try that. I will have to save though. Oh, I just saved. So up to here. Can't wait until he realizes he's off by 2. No, no. Too many or not enough? What do you mean? You're making me crazy, man. Everything is exactly as it should be. Know what you're talking about. That would have been funny though. Alright. That means it is time to grab the inserters for the other engine assemblers. We'll pretend we have bot speed 4 already, or 5 or something. Ah yeah, worker bot speed. You know, worker bot speed is not all that much resources in terms of the greater picture. Since Thruster's got a couple new prerequisites, namely atomic bomb. So I think we can afford the 100k blue signs worker speed robot upgrade now. I have finally found a way to validate it. Alright, then we just grab the engines, I suppose. And that leaves us with a weird gap. Might not fit in my inventory, all of this. And that's gonna drain my entire battery as well. Yeah, we'll basically have to find a way to get infinite signs on Novi's. There is just no way around it then. Is there gonna be some new sort of exploit? Or are we going to do it some semi-legitimate way? Of course, we're not gonna do it a fully legitimate way. Yeah, I don't have space for my bots anymore. Okay, it's because of the engines. Yeah, I'll just flop them into blue signs myself. Now I should have space. Ouch, that is expensive in terms of charging. There goes all my power. I barely could charge up my bots, man. Well, so be it. Now my science area looks like this. How much power are we spending? We're back up to 350 megawatts now, so we are back where we started. Pollution is, I suppose, back where it started as well. We previously had about 200 and... I forgot exactly, 240 or something. 220, something like that. I think 250. We had about 250 productivity modules blue science assemblers, outputting 6 pollution a minute. Now we got 264 assemblers, so that's barely more. Like maybe 10-20 assemblers more with productivity modules. But this time we also got engines in that equation, so we are doing the same amount of pollution as we did before. We are using the same amount of power as we used before. Except we have much less machinery and we are consuming less resources. Nice, I think. We'll leave this up as an artifact for now. Can we see it? Is it visible? Iron ore consumption in the last hour. 17k, 16k. I think it is kind of visible. And signs per minute is steady, where we are just consuming the full signs per minute all of the time. We are producing signs steadily as well. This gap was when I manually inserted the signs from the obsolete assemblers. So that doesn't really count. We got that, we compensated that bump right here, apparently. So this definitely is over 900. And we are consuming 900 for basically, well, whenever we are researching, basically. So this was the start of the stream. We went down a bit before we started to fix all our mining drills, get it back up to 900 SPM. And it looks like we will be doing a very stable 900 SPM for quite a while, which means next stream we can do some other fun stuff. We've got our triple toolbar technology, so we can carry way more stuff than we should. We also unlocked the power armor, which we can make not at the start of the next episode because I just spent all my resources, but pretty soon after, I suppose. The power armor is not that expensive. Let's find it. I think we'll make an end of stream save here. We'll go stand over here for the end of stream save. The favorite base space. We never picked up those pipes. Those have probably undeconstructed themselves. Yeah, they did. So let's mark them again. And we'll save the end of stream save here. Almost up to save 666. Gotta have some special occasion for that one. I think we will be outputting overall a lower pollution than before because of the lowered resource requirement, especially since a lot of the iron is still coming from mining drills with quality modules. So I think this is overall is a very good use for the rare resources we had laying around anyway. Yeah, we're still about the same. Right, but we still have the ability to lower our resource cost because we've got chests and chests full of uncommon efficiency modules now. In fact, almost 3k of them, with 85 rare ones for usages in space or whatever. So that should be enough for almost all the machinery in here. We needed 3.3k, but actually not quite. We just changed a bunch of efficiency modules over to productivity and removed a lot of these machines in general, so we might have enough already. So that's going to be the next step. So next step, let me make a list. Power armor times 2, because I want my double armor. And the power armor only costs for the processing unit, so that's quite cheap to make. 80. Actually, no, we need a lot of those. We need a lot of green chips to make that. 800 green chips to make one. We definitely don't have that anymore, but we can make some from the rare quality copper and iron we have laying around here. Like this copper wire, we can make some. We can even make it from straight up copper and iron plates if we really need to. So we will have the resources. Power armor times 2. We want F-mod quality thing. We need to put that into assemblers. What else am I forgetting? Am I forgetting something? Let's look. Indeed, this is now backed up again. Okay, that is great. So before we did not have enough resources coming in. Now we do, because we need 10% less resources for the gears and then another 10% less resources for the engines. Which kind of makes a big difference. Right? Yeah, you can definitely see like the drop off here in the end. Doesn't want to go below 16k on the stats though. Yeah, those are the first two things we need to do. And I think after that will probably be time to go for the secret military science technology that should hopefully allow us to deal with any biter base of any size with any type of worm. Normally that technology used to be called Spidertron, so I'm kind of curious if it will work what I have in mind, because it's definitely not going to be as powerful as a Spidertron. Alright, we'll figure that out next time though. Yeah, the yellow science problem. Yellow science is mostly copper. That is the problem, because we cannot get copper from space in any way until we leave the planet. By that time we no longer need to get copper from space. Missed last 4 hours. Why deconstructing assemblers? Yeah, we basically... okay, that was already answered. We made rare quality assemblers and rare quality modules to do the same amount of production out of less assemblers for less pollution cost and less resource cost. But then we applied it to the rest of science as well, so also engines and gears and stuff are now modeled up, except for the red chips, because we keep quality in here, we keep quality in the red chips. I might quality up the green chips here as well, since we have not enough of those. So I think that was the missing thing. Better quality, reds, greens, copper. I'm not sure about that, yo, but we might throw some rare quality models in there as well. Okay, let me save that. That's gonna be it. Yeah, good progress this stream. Unlike last stream. For those of you who were here last stream, I sincerely apologize that we spent basically 4 to 5 hours walking around deconstructing pipes, while we could have done stuff like today. Today we made major progress, I feel. We spent I don't know, we just built a couple mines really. We just built a couple mines to get science per minute back up to grips where it should be. Quite almost, but not quite exactly 1k SPM as it should be. And we did major work on reducing the amount of resources we need with the rare quality stuff, spending almost every last piece of chip material we had in rare quality, but I think it's gonna be well worth it. Look at this, 3 gear assemblers doing the work of previously not quite 8, but this was overbuilt from the start already. But still quite nice. It does seem to be keeping up. Alright, so we're definitely running on more conservative, we're spending resources more conservative than in our table even. In my overview here I did 10% for productivity. That is multiplied, that was just the normal quality one. Blue science and labs multiplied together would be about a 10% resource save. That's going to be way better with the rare quality one. And we did not put productivity module only for blue science, not for engines, not for gears, not for red science, etc, etc. So we're going to be a bit better in that regard. Of course, the amount of science we needed just like grew at least 5 times as high, but that's for future Mike to worry about, let's call it like that. When did the science tree get reworked? It's the secret Easter update. You achieve it by opening your some factorial Lua file in your data folder and then just hack and slash away at it until you get the results, these results. We're basically just adding the prerequisites to Thrusters. It's not an official update. It was just a joke. I did it myself, so you cannot download it, but it's not too hard to do. It's in your space age folder, space age data, and then the prototypes, and then it's technology.lua, I think. And then you just search for Thruster and start adding the other prerequisites. The one example line is already in space for space science, if you want to do this yourself. So you can just copy that line and add in these technologies. It's as simple as that, really. Even I can do it, and I needed help to program the mod that starts the game off at 100% evolution, which is literally one line of code. So if even I can do it, you can do it as well. Anyway, it's gonna be all for today. I need to go. Thank you everybody for for watching and hanging out. Sorry for missing a bunch of chat during parts of the stream where we went, you know how it goes, zone out mic, etc. Yeah, thanks everybody, and from next week, normal stream planning, meaning Friday afternoon and Sunday all day-ish. Sounds very me. Alright, thanks everybody for watching, and I'll see you all next time.